Do you know what we're here for? Equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Immediately, if not sooner.
Don't be creepy.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
What now?
I got boxes full of Pepe!
Climate and everything are the same word.
Could you drum up? Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
Your name, please?
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
Close it up, just like my wife's vagina.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
Immediately, if not sooner. China? China. I have to have my China. strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
Jesus, I say that.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Don't even play.
Oh, it never occurred to me.
Interesting.
It's just crazy enough to work.
Yeah.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
It's a great game. For being said.
I see that you know your judo well.
Science.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
That's too much, man.
Come on!
Phrasing?
I feel like I'm taking a crazy pill! Aren't I a good guy?
So hot right now.
Cal?
You supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, bitch.
Consequences.
Follow the rich way.
Problem here. The county needs to step up and own it and resolve it. Get this water out of here.
Well, here we are again. Good to see you folks. Hope your night and or day is going well. It's been a whole 3 days since we've seen each other. Much longer than I would have liked. That said, we have a hell of a lot to get into, so we better get straight to it. Buckle up, space fams. This ride through the unknown may encounter some amount of turbulence. Oops, I'm trying to do too many things at once. There we go. No. There we are. Wait, why is that happening? This is rude. Hold on, chat. I might have to do something here. As I've got a situation going on with my software, which is doing things I don't appreciate. Why do you hate me? Yeah, no, that shouldn't be happening. Alright, well, I guess I'll reset this software. Don't worry, chat. Don't worry. Okay, that's closed. By the way, good to see all you people. Unfortunately, my chat is already fresh, so I can't even say hello to every single person here, but Narwhal by Natro, Megastar, Looney Tunes, Brandy Nuance, Mrs. Jen's Cats, B-Cat, Schmegly, Shade Dragon, Mozart, Aaron W, MIDI, Grand Theft Autobot. Holy cow, a lot of people to say hello to. We barely even started. Bad Lefty. I hope I'm not missing anybody, although I do fear that I am. Schmegly, I see you. I don't know who I haven't even said hello to. Not gonna lie, that's where it's at. But, hold on, I gotta restart this software so we can get this show on the road. Let's hope it decides to work and allows me to use my hotkeys. Otherwise, we are in a serious situation. You hate your name. Why do you hate your name? Your name seems great. Mrs. Jen's Cats. What's there to hate? There we go. It's working perfectly. How great. Oh, great. And the stream seems to even be running at least a decent performance. I can, Phew, okay. Good to see you folks. Here I am. Here's my face. I'm here. I'm sorry for the delay there. We're gonna get straight to it. Now that I've done this, it's Sunday Funday, by the way. How great is that? It's both fun and fun. Same sentence, can't go wrong. Okay, well, since it is Sunday Funday, I figured we'd start off with something at least moderately fun. It's going to be tough, especially considering how many stories I have to cover, and I'm still behind on things right now. So, you know, bear with all that as well. Let me go through, but let's try some fun. Here's some American politics, no context. What is that? Looney Tunes has gifted a Tier 1 subscription. To who? Naomi. I don't know. Cool name. I don't think I've ever seen you in the chat, but thank you for gifting subs over there, Looney. I appreciate you. Right. Little no context politics to start it off.
And where down we yo, I'm scared, bro.
Ovaries.
If you would
rather fight 100 duck-sized horses or one horse-sized duck?
Fallopian tubes.
That's a difficult question to answer.
You're gonna be so blessed. You're gonna be tired of being blessed.
You can tell he doesn't really like. You can tell he doesn't really like the impression there. But I'm not a fan of the impression. You can be better, Mr. Whatever you are, priest, guy, with your fancy collar. I don't appreciate it. Should go back to doing priestly god stuff, okay?
I guarantee it.
Uterus. Fibroids. Thank you.
I'm the best thing that ever happened to Puerto Rico.
Uterus.
God damn it.
I gotta give one of these to see.
I don't understand. I don't understand why there exists these just Kamala saying words like uterus. Just nothing else around it. Just oh my god. Oh, I don't miss this at all. I don't miss Joe Biden looking like he's having a senior moment.
We're not gonna do this. Look, you guys earlier literally just you just voted to do it first. So you don't voted to do it. Order. I was trying to get clarification. Okay, calm down. No, because this is what y'all do. Hey, Miss Crockett, you're not recognized. Miss Crockett. I can't hear you with your yelling. Calm down. No, please calm down. Tell me to calm down. Because y'all talk constantly. You're out of control.
Mr. Chairman.
Chair, okay. Order. Chair now recognizes Miss Green for 4 minutes and 21 seconds.
I don't know if you know vampires are cool people, ain't not?
The foreskin is a valuable
Vampires.
part of the human body.
Very
the head
cool.
of the penis should be an internal organ.
Now listen, you.
What is that sign? What is that fucking sign, dude? I want my... You can't get it back. That's not how it works. It's one way. You can't get it back. Wow. What a sign. Truly amazing.
Internal organ.
Now listen, you. Stop calling me a crypto-Nazi.
Let's stop calling names.
You in your goddamn face, and you'll stay plastic.
So, this is a throwback right here.
Sort of mainstream African American, who is articulate and bright and clean and a nice looking guy. I mean, that's a storybook, man.
Wow.
Al Gore's gonna win.
Oh, he's so gonna.
Oh God, I do not miss Joe. Wow.
If Bush wins by 500 votes,
that was.
Moment is why.
Yep.
That was abrupt.
And then you need to kick that fucking door down.
Y como presidente, su valentía me ha hecho recordar que
believing that we should campaign con brazos abiertos.
Yo sí quiero ayudar a esos muchachos que están aquí.
Y cada voz necesitamos escuchar. Pues la situación ahora es inaceptable.
¿Estaban seguras y sanitarias?
Los bendiga a los Estados Unidos.
Somos americanos todos.
I miss Bush just for the comedy, okay?
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Okay. Figured we start off Sunday Funday with a little very non-high stakes political content. Just for a chuckle. Just to get our juices flowing, if you will. Wait, there is a medical procedure to restore your... I take it back. I guess there is a way to get it back. I take it all back. I'm not that knowledgeable on the the ins and outs of foreskin restoration, apparently. I'm so sorry. Alright, let's go talk about the election here. Started off, let's listen to some regular Americans, some regular rural Georgian voters, specifically evangelical Christians. $20 likes already. Oh my god. Wow, hold on. I'm glad I saw that before I actually got this video going. Fantastic. Perfect timing. Thank you for mentioning that, Narwhal. Oh, I think I owe you all a third character. That's a 10. Whoopsies. I just dropped the... Goddamn. I just dropped the dice onto my trackpad and caused it to click the video again. 30 likes? That can't be possible. How would you go from 20 to 30 likes and say, oh my god, there's 30 likes? I'd take it all back. What did I say the first one was? 10? There's a 13. There's an 8. And there's a 17. Because you get 4. You get 4, right? You get the 3 that you've already achieved. And then that fourth one, the rollover from, I think, Thursday? I want to say? I don't know. Wait. Was it 10, 13, 8, and 17? Right? Okay. Hold on. I've got to put them on here. I'm not even going to start it. I'm just going to get this all... Okay, 10. Ellen Ripley from Alien. 13. Jocelyn Bell Burnell, the Nobel Prize winning physicist. 17 is a Goku. What was the other one? 8, 10, 17. What am I missing? Astrid. Okay. That is a record number of likes in an incredibly short period of time. 22 minutes. Truly, I am not only impressed, but somehow I feel grateful for that many likes in such a crazy amount of time. Like I said, I think it's unprecedented. I'm not exactly keeping, you know, serious notes on any of this. It's just in my head, but it feels like the very best we've ever done. For that, you all deserve a medal. Alright, what were we doing? Ah, yes, Georgia voters. Churches dot the hills of Georgia, where American flags flutter and God is everything. But Donald Trump is not far behind.
I'm not voting on him based on that I think that he's the answer for America or for the whole world. I think there's only one answer for that, and I think that's Jesus.
The faithful. Faithful of what? This past May, he was convicted of 34 felony counts. Yes, he was. Related to hush money payments to a porn star on the eve of the 2016 election. He has owned casinos and been married 3 times. But they are quick to forgive him.
I like, you know, the overturning of Roe versus Wade. I agree with that. So, I mean, on the Trump side, there's that. Do I believe that he believes abortion's wrong? No, I don't believe that. I don't believe he cares.
Wow. It's actually, like I say, it's kind of shocking to hear this kind of self-awareness from a Donald Trump voter. He's like, yeah, I don't even think he cares about the things that I actually care about, but what? What exactly is his...
My conscience says, oh man, that's, you know, I don't believe he cares. But just because I believe that abortion's wrong, I would say he did a good job that.
Okay. It's not really a but. It's like, hey, you know, he'll probably, you know, I don't even know if he's thinking like this, but in my mind, I feel like he's thinking maybe that, you know, Donald Trump and at least his allies will get done what he wants to get done, which is, in fact, a reasonable conclusion to make.
I was Republican for so many years, but I became Democrat.
If in fact you're a piece of shit.
Last year, because I really, I don't agree, I don't like Mr. Trump. He hurt my people, and I feel that he's not good influence for people.
Rabun County is located in the heart of America's Bible Belt, which runs from southeast states like Georgia all the way out to Texas. Here, 8 out of every 10 people voted for Donald Trump.
Like the rug was jerked out from under them in the last election.
Oh.
And so everybody's on needles, pins and needles. They're on edge. And
everybody. Is that, I mean, I guess that's possible that most of his congregation believes this. I mean, it feels like every Trump voter that you hear talk about the election still believes, today, that it was rigged, that it was stolen, that somehow, Trump was supposed to win and he got the votes, even though all of the evidence says that that's not the case. And then they got guys like this who are pastors repeating this stuff and believing it along with them, if in fact not directly influencing them with his beliefs about this kind of stuff. That's the most likely scenario I think we're looking at right here.
What they're really paying attention to this time is the process and what is the outcome going to be.
Paying attention to the process, really interesting. I find that a fascinating development. They're all focused. I'd like to know what that means a little bit more, but yeah. Interesting. Oh my gosh, we're 25% of the way to completing my sub goal. That's awesome. That's exciting. Big news over there on Twitch, making moves. All thanks to you people. Okay. What is next here on my list? Oh, we're going to stay on this topic. The discussion of what we were just talking about, that being election security. Here's CBS Evening News from 3 days ago. New GOP-backed Georgia election rules raise concerns.
A new election controversy is brewing in the battleground state of Georgia, where 16 crucial electoral votes are up for grabs. CBS's Scott McFarland has our Democracy Watch investigation.
We have to make sure that we stop them from cheating.
Earlier this month, at a rally in Atlanta, former President Donald Trump gave an unusual shout-out to 3 Republican members of the little-known Georgia State Election Board.
3 people are all pit bulls fighting for honesty, transparency, and victory. They're fighting.
Wait. I'm sorry. Did you hear that last thing he said in that list of stuff? The first stuff, technically, I can't complain about, right? If in fact they are achieving those things. That last thing, did you hear what that was? That sounds incredibly problematic. What was that again? Say that again.
Known Georgia State Election Board.
3 people are all pit bulls fighting for honesty, transparency, and victory. They're fighting.
And victory, huh? Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. That sounds incredibly problematic to me. I don't know about you, but there shouldn't be anybody on any election boards attempting to achieve victory for anybody in particular, and it sounds like that's what's happening.
Have now triggered an uproar after changing the rules for how the state could certify votes in the 2024 election. Any local election official in any of Georgia's 159 counties can now question the election before they certify results, which could lead to chaos on Election Day and beyond. Cobb County Republican Party leader Sally Grubbs helped champion the new rules.
Some of the pushback is these rules are fixing a problem that doesn't exist.
There's a lot of human error that can happen.
Grubbs and her allies believe these rules are necessary to address election fraud, even though those claims were proven false in 2020.
I do not think it was a free and fair election.
Is there
No
a
kidding.
motion to certify the election?
Certification, ending the voting process, used to be a formality, but not anymore. Since 2020, more than 24 counties in 8 states across the nation have tried to block certification of their elections.
It's a power grab.
Election security expert.
Yeah, this shit is insane. I can't believe this is what we are dealing with right now. I thought 2020 was going to be something of a, not a fluke, like a an anomaly, right? That it was going to be an abnormal event that happened that we're going to go on, or maybe people are going to stop this. And then as things have gone on, as I've listened to the rhetoric of Republicans, the more and more I've been coming to the conclusion I was wrong. and that this is going to become more and more of a problem. We're going to have to do some stuff to resolve these sorts of issues going on as it relates to just trust in elections right now. I don't think the Electoral College is helping, not gonna lie. It just convolutes things, right? In a way that does genuinely feel anti-democratic every time that you explain it. June 16th, 2024 was the date. The date of what? 41 likes. That's impossible. We have been streaming for 30 minutes, and it is literally impossible for you to have gotten 40. Oh my god, you have 40 likes. Okay. What does that say? 15. Seriously impressive. A little applause for you all. Make sure I get Pink Panther here on both screens. There we go. Okay. Great.
David Becker.
There's a way to challenge it through a legal process with evidence before a court.
In Cobb County, Democratic Election Chair Tori Silas says the new rule means any county official can raise an issue that could derail Georgia from counting its vote.
What's your objection to it?
There are no parameters. There are no...
It can be anything.
It really could be anything.
Even the top Republican election official in the state disapproves of the board.
Wow, even the top Republican disapproves. That's a good sign. Maybe it is a good sign. Maybe they'll actually do something about it. But it doesn't sound like it. So yeah, Republicans are still refusing to believe that the 2020 election was free and fair. And apparently doing everything they can to not just ensure supposed election security, but really just to make sure that Donald Trump wins, even if it's illegal. Or just problematic, generally. Alright, let's keep it moving. I've been so busy rolling for support characters over here that we're barely 3 vids in. Okay. Alright, let's go here. Actually, wait. I take it back. Let's continue talking about voting rights and the systems that we're using and Republicans trying to make them worse. Here's the majority report from just a few hours ago. GOP ramping up assault on voting rights ahead of the 2024 election.
Alex Burris of Bolts Magazine had a piece that came out yesterday evening, I believe, that is really concerning. Voting rights activists in Nebraska had felt that they had made some headway in this regard, and Republicans in the government there basically nixed what was supposed to go into effect as it related to voting rights. The article is entitled "Nebraska Reverts to 19th Century Voting Restrictions, Clouding Rights for Thousands." And this is key heading into 2020.
Literally. Republicans want to go back to the 1800s and all the worst shit. I swear to God.
Because Omaha and that Nebraska 2nd District could be, in theory, the decisive vote for the election.
I'd like to go back to the 1800s for cost of land, rent prices, I don't know. How about that? Let's go back to the 1800s inflation.
And it could break the 260.
Not inflation, because technically. Let's not get into that. Point is let's go back to those, Let's not go back to the 1800s for references to abortion rights and voting. And it was a dark time for all of those things, I'd point out.
9-69 tie. Nebraska and Maine are the two states in the country that in the Electoral College basically don't have a winner-take-all system. So they split it into districts, right? And Nebraska's second includes Omaha. It's been polling well for Biden and for Harris. I think I saw the latest average for 538 was like +8 for Harris at this moment. So there's Black people in that area, Latino people, indigenous people, and those are the folks who are disproportionately blocked from registering now due to the Republican Party's actions in the state as it relates to this bill that was supposed to take effect on July 19th. It's called Legislative Bill 20, and it would have given 7,000 people in Nebraska, which is, not a very populated state, 7,000 people who had past felony convictions the right to vote. And it was set to go in effect on July 19th. The voting rights groups had reserved ad space to get out the word that this was happening, that you could register if you qualified. But the Attorney General, Mike Hilgers, and the Secretary of State, Bob Evnen, two Republicans, have just essentially refused to implement the law. More here from Bolts by Alex Burris. If we could scroll to the part that starts with on July 17th, Bradley. On July 17th, less than 48 hours before LB 20 was to take effect, Hilgers...
Hold on, I won't make Emma read the whole thing. I'll read it. On July 17th, less than 48 hours before LB 20 was to take effect, Hilgers issued an advisory opinion stating that the new law was unconstitutional. But Hilgers didn't stop there. He also declared unconstitutional a 2005 reform law ending lifetime disenfranchisement of anyone convicted of any felony. 2005 Legislative Bill 53 allowed Nebraskans to vote 2 years after completing their sentences, a waiting period that LB 20 was set to eliminate it. Okay, and yeah, so they blocked this from happening, making it so that that people who had gotten out of prison, done their time, and just managed to spend, a couple of years in society being a law-abiding citizen to be able to even register to vote. No, that was too much. This is being too reasonable to former prisoners.
Hot right now.
Or people too, I would point out. Ooh, a Megastar says hydrate. Everything is unconstitutional. Good point.
Illegal.
Okay, hold on. Let me hydrate. Thank you. Thank you for making sure that I'm doing things to keep myself from dying, literally dying from thirst.
He'd been poised to vote in this fall for the first time in his life. When it was revoked, it was traumatic. I feel like I was back in prison. It felt like I was back in prison, he said.
I mean, partially.
Right. I mean, this is just a continuation of our insane prison industrial complex where we incarcerate the most people in the world per capita and raw figures. Yep. And then after they leave, especially when oftentimes these felony convictions are related to drug offenses targeting poor, Black, brown, indigenous, Latino communities, whatever, then when they come out, okay, there's already this 2-year waiting period that shouldn't be allowed. By the way, people in prison should be able to vote because their lives are still affected by this as well.
I agree.
But even when they come out, okay, there's this 2-year waiting period. Nebraska advocates get this through. But now it's not even that, like, the law that's been in effect for 19 years, with the stroke of a pen, the Republican governor and his 2 cronies just basically say, no, we're not doing that anymore.
We got an election to win.
Unbelievable.
Gotta appear to be tough on crime. Do it by shouting loudly and disenfranchising former prisoners from their constitutional rights. Okay. What is happening? Well, I need to add a permitted term. I need to just add it blank. I've seen this happen multiple times where loons hasn't been allowed by Twitch, but we have a Twitch moderator by the name of Loons, or at least it's a shortening. Not helpful, Twitch. Thank you. Thank you so much. Alright, now let's talk a little bit about the polls. That's right, we're going to get into it. Let's talk about the polls. As things have been turning up for Kamala Harris and down for Donald Trump. Even more so than we have seen in recent weeks, ever since Kamala Harris became the new presidential nominee. The polls have shifted drastically, but are now shifting so far that it would appear that, at least at this time, Kamala Harris will win the the popular vote. Because the most recent polls are showing, outside the margin of error, that Kamala Harris will win the popular vote. Now, will that inevitably mean that she wins the election? No. No, it does not. So do not start counting chickens yet, okay? Leave those eggs where they are, in the incubator, where they belong. That said, let's go to ABC News here from 12 hours ago. What's the latest on ABC News Ipsos poll? Let's see what it tells us about the state of the race.
Let's bring in ABC's Jonathan Karl, who'll be hosting This Week later this morning. John, good morning to you. Always great to have you. So we have this new ABC News Ipsos poll out this morning. What do the numbers tell us about the state of the race? And did Vice President Harris get much of a bump after the Democratic convention?
Well, Whit, it shows that this race is very steady. Vice President Harris had a bump after she became the nominee, but the numbers are almost unchanged from before the convention. There you see them, 52% for Harris, 46%.
So, I mean, that's leaving 2% out, which would mean, theoretically, Donald Trump could, gain to 48% in this particular poll. Plus a margin of error, meaning it could be like, even closer to tied potentially. But yeah, this is huge. I assume that last 2% is like Jill Stein, or wait, is Cornell still in the race? I can't even remember now. RFK's 2%? No, he's out of the race now, right? He's completely out of the race. Oh, wait, no, he's not completely out of the race. He's only suspended it in certain states. You're probably right, Narwhal. He probably is the 2%. And actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I was looking at these polls earlier, and I couldn't understand why he was still in them, and now you've reminded me of that fact. Thank you for that. All right. Let's watch a little bit more of this.
For Trump, now keep in mind, that is just barely outside the margin of error, Whit. And as you well remember, in 2016, Hillary Clinton won the national vote but lost the White House. So that really shows you a race that is very close to statistically tied.
And John, are we seeing any shift in the battleground states?
Same story there in the battleground states. If you look at the 7 states that will really determine who gets elected, you look at there, you see Harris has a slight lead in 6 of the 7 states. But I say slight lead in virtually all of those. This is the 538 polling average. In virtually all of those, it is a
blam. Practically every swing state, including ones that weren't swing states, Kamala has a clear and decisive lead, including places that weren't being even talked about in any seriousness when Joe Biden was in the running, right? Places like Georgia were basically out of the question. Even though he'd won it in 2020, nobody was talking about him winning it again this year. Same thing for Arizona and Nevada, which I had said a month ago now that I had a strong feeling that Harris would become competitive in Nevada and Arizona, and there it is. Blam. Speaking of blam, Don James with the gigantified emote from Street Fighter. Pretty sweet. I don't even know where you got that. Sick animated GIF. Very, very cool. All right. Thank you for the bits that it costs to gigantify that emote. All right. That's, I think, all I wanted from this one. So let's go over here. What is next on my list that I got? Political psychic. Yeah, that's it. Nostradamus, write that down.
It's science.
Now, hey, another gigantified emote. This time, some sort of dancing alien. My God, Don James. Gigantifying all of the emotes. Some very cool ones that I've never seen. Okay, yes. Right, that's what I'm saying. Distracted by these gigantifyings happening, we are going to talk about somebody who does not appreciate these poll numbers at all. And let's see what Donald Trump has to say about the polls. This is Forbes breaking news.
Crap that's going on. We're turning into it. When you look at how they go weaponize against me, they're doing absolutely nothing wrong. I got indicted, I think, 9 different times. I did everything right, and they indicted me.
I don't understand. All these people, I've done everything right. Made the country greater than it's ever been, and then they just want to indict me. They want to put me in jail for all those things that I did that were so good. Because I've never done anything wrong. Write that down.
Nine times. I never even knew what an indictment was for my whole life. All of a sudden, the last year, I think I had 9 indictments, far more than Alphonse Capone, who was quite well known in Chicago.
Alphonse Capone.
He liked killing people.
Literally, nobody knows Al Capone by Alphonse Capone, aside from we very, very obsessed with crime type. I mean, granted, people do like crime shows, so I'm not going to say that nobody knows, but I feel like you heard how quiet the audience is, like when he said that. He's like, Alphonse, who the fuck is Alphonse Capone? It's, it's very weird.
But he had nothing like me. 9 times, and every time they see me going up in the polls, and we're leading in the polls, and I think we're leading by a lot.
That's a great fact. Everybody remember that fact for later when it comes up. All these crimes. Donald Trump was indicted more times than Al Capone. Or as he says, Alphonse Capone. Very well known in Chicago.
The polls are rigged too. The polls are rigged too. They say Donald Trump is tied. We were up massively by Biden. How would you like to be?
Here he goes.
We spent $100 million on beating Biden. We had a debate, and everybody said this guy's shot. They never give me credit. They say he was shot. Maybe I did a good job. Somebody said that was the greatest debate performance.
I got shot. I spent $100 million. Why can't they just give me the presidency? Where the hell are these emotes? I have no idea. I have no idea where emotes ever come from. Unless they're my emotes, then I definitely know them. Yeah, fake polls. Fake polls. And in his mind, the polls are tied. Even though we just looked at a poll where he's losing by 6%. At least in the popular vote.
I've ever said. And then you know what? That I've ever seen. Said, it was a CNN person. Said, this is the single greatest debate performance I've ever seen. 2 days later, they forgot about that. They said he was terrible. But that's
Who said that?
Whatever it takes.
Who said that?
But I spent $100 million on fighting him. We weren't fighting anyone else. We weren't fighting a vice president. We didn't even know who the hell she was. And then all of a sudden they say, Joe, you're losing badly. You got to get out. He was losing by a lot.
What's hilarious is that he can't stop rehashing what happened. He's still... It's been over a month since Joe Biden dropped out. But every single speech that he does, he talks about Joe Biden ad nauseum for like 10, 15 minutes, it would seem. He goes right back. He moves on to something current. He's like, Joe Biden, he's doing a terrible job with our country. Spent $100 million, and now I have to go against Kamala.
Zero Megastar just
Hey.
shared 100 bits. A lot of people are saying I'm soups awesome.
A lot of people are saying I'm soups awesome. Very true, Omega Star. Thank you for the 100 bits.
But they went up to him. They said, get out. That's like you're in a fight, and you have a fighter, and he's doing great, and they say, listen, we're going to take the opponent out. We're going to throw another guy in to finish it off. That's what they did, really. It's never been done before. And, she was last online, and she came in last. I think there were like 22 people. She was the first one to get out, and she got out. She had no votes.
He's still stuck. Now he's finally remembered that he's running against Kamala. Then he's still got to go back. He's still stuck in time in 2020. So he's got to talk about 2020 still, and it's. I think he was hoping, like I don't know. He doesn't know how to switch. He just doesn't know how to pivot. He was on he's like the Titanic, right? And he just can't pivot fast enough. That iceberg is right there. That Joe Biden iceberg. And suddenly he passes the Joe Biden, and then oh my God, Kamala. Oh no. And they don't have the steam. They don't have the steam to stop it. And he's just sort of sputtering, and he's just stuck 4 years behind where we're at right now. We all know what happened. But 50 likes. Holy shit. Sorry, I'm just over here talking. Was that Cisco? Yeah. And to be clear, that Titanic was perfectly fine when it left. Alright, now let's talk about an issue that's very important to both Republicans and to Democrats. Obviously, they are on opposite sides of this particular issue. And let's go to Forbes breaking news from 2 days ago. We're going to get hit by a bunch of Forbes breaking news clips while we're going through all this. I'm sorry. That's just our life. The Clip Factory. And they get us our clips. Here's JD Vance telling us the important thing Donald Trump's going to do.
The president is simply saying he doesn't like 6 weeks. He obviously has said he doesn't like late-term abortion. And I think he will make an announcement on what he actually wants to do on the Florida law in particular. But again, President Trump's been extremely consistent that he's going to make this decision as a citizen of Florida, but he wants the national government that he intends to lead to be focused on national issues like inflation, the cost of housing, and the wide open southern border. He wants states to make their own abortion policy, and that will be his position for the remainder of the campaign and the remainder of his...
Apparently Donald Trump, and this was from a couple of days ago, so Donald Trump, according to JD Vance there, is going to make an important announcement on abortion relating to all of this discussion around abortion and what his apparent views are as seemingly nobody could figure out what they were. Hold on, let me give you your 6th emotional support character before an hour. That's definite. That's unquestionably the very best anybody has ever done. Okay. Now, I think I have that announcement, or at least a number of these announcements, as Donald Trump was asked many questions about this and also made many public statements relating to abortion recently. Yes, I think that applause is for the number of likes you all got. Well deserved. That wasn't even me. I didn't do that. Omegastar used not bits, but space money to make that happen. Space money is something that everybody earns by just watching on Twitch, and you can make stuff like that happen. You all do deserve the applause, though, for that tremendous performance. Okay. Here is the Associated Press from 2 days ago. Trump promises universal coverage for IVF treatment. I think, if I'm recalling correctly, this is when Tulsi... This is like the event hosted by Tulsi.
Life is pretty tough. It can be beautiful, but it can be difficult. We are doing something with IVF, because IVF, as you know from friends, people you know, it's really worked out very well for a lot of people. It gave them a child when they would not have had a child. For people that are using IVF, which is fertilization, the government is going to pay for it, or we're going to get or mandate your insurance company to pay for it, which is going to be great. We're going to do that.
You hear that, folks? Free IVF. You know, I think, it's my opinion, but I think Democrats should lean into this. And before the election even happens, call Donald Trump on this bluff. Attempt to put legislation forward and have people pressure him publicly on him. Because he is basically the dictator of the Republican Party, for him to pressure Republicans to sign, well, at least not sign, but vote yes on this legislation. Get that done. I mean, wow. Get mandating health insurance to cover IVF. Okay. Totally won't cost a fortune. Make it very affordable. I'll tell them you can't have profits. What is this, communist Russia?
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Is the great country of America. You're pretty sure Tulsi is an actual demon? Could be. Could be. I honestly don't know. I don't have any direct evidence for her being a biblical kind of demon. She doesn't seem like a shitty person, though. Okay. Let's listen to a little bit more of what Donald Trump had to say about babies while talking to Tulsi.
Enough, and I want to start with one that's very personal to me, hard to talk about sometimes. This is only the second time I've spoken about it publicly, but my husband and I were married almost 10 years ago. We wanted to start a family. We were very excited about it. Unfortunately, it was very difficult. We were not successful in trying to get pregnant. For us, IVF seemed to be the only option and the last resort. As you know, it's a pretty...
He's sitting wrong? Yeah, no kidding. That's not how you're supposed to sit. This is one of the weirdest stances I've ever seen. It's like he's lunging over the chair, but like stopped midway. You know, where he's got like one leg like all the way over on one side. It looks incredibly uncomfortable.
difficult process. It's very, very expensive. I was in Congress at the time traveling. I would carry the medicine that I had to administer shots to myself sometimes in an airport bathroom. And ultimately, the most difficult part was every time going to the doctor for another transfer and hoping that it would result in a positive pregnancy test, and then being heartbroken over and over every time that test came back negative. Now, I know some of your opponents, your political opponents, are saying that you want to ban IVF. While it didn't work for us, it's worked for a lot of families. And I just know that there are women and couples in this crowd, or those who are...
Sorry, I forgot how long she goes on for. It's ridiculous.
Well, thank you very much, Tulsi. And I didn't know about your situation. And it's tough stuff, right? Tough life.
Tough stuff.
Pretty tough. It can be beautiful, but it can be difficult. We are doing something with IVF because IVF...
I feel like he wanted to make fun of her, but he decided that no, it's tough. It's very difficult, Tulsi, I know.
As you know from friends and people you know, it's really worked out very well for a lot of people. It gave them a child when they would not have had a child. And I told my people I wanted to look at this a couple of weeks ago. And as you know, we have no taxes on a thing called tips. You know that? And I said, tell me, we did three things. We did that, and we did no tax for seniors.
I love how he's...
Social Security benefits.
I love how Tulsi tells, at least to her, a very, very meaningful story about her difficulties with getting pregnant. And Donald Trump says, well, I don't know if you know this, but we stop taxing. We don't want to tax tips and or Social Security. So that fixes your situation there. I don't know if that helps, Tulsi. Let me know.
Want to have that? And I've been seeing a lot of IVF, and I kept hearing that I'm against it, and I'm actually very much for it. In fact, in Alabama, where the judge ruled against it, and I countered the judge and came out with a very strong statement for it. And the Alabama...
You were very quick in your response to that.
I was, but they were too. They were amazing. The legislature...
I was, but they were too. They saw my tweet and they said, oh, you know what? We were wrong. With the Supreme Court, and we listened to the Supreme Ruler, Trump.
Approved virtually my statement. I'm in full IVF, and it has really gone. It's terrific. And I said, so with the tips and with the Social Security, no taxes on Social Security, I said...
Okay, so yeah, Donald Trump's solution for people is, yeah, he's gonna fix taxes. That's how you solve pregnancy struggles. It's a super weird vibe. Okay, now let's talk more about some of the other stuff relating to abortion, parental rights as well. He got into so much stuff today. All right. Let's go here. This was from CNN. Trump talking about the Florida abortion ballot measure. As I don't know if you know, but there is a Florida abortion ballot measure, I believe, intended to keep abortions to less than 6 weeks.
Don't hit down.
You've been listening to Donald Trump at a rally in Pennsylvania, the former president there speaking with supporters shortly after saying that he will be voting to keep Florida's 6-week abortion ban in place. Now, this comes just a day after he suggested that he opposed the 6-week ban. Let's bring in CNN's Jason Carroll. He is there at the Trump rally in Johnstown, Pennsylvania. Also with us is CNN fact checker Daniel Dale. So, Jason, walk us through what Trump said yesterday and now what he and the campaign are saying today.
grossly incompetent.
Well, as you recall, it was yesterday when this subject matter was brought up in an interview. Trump seemed to suggest that he was not satisfied, not happy with the 6-week time frame.
Not enough time.
That 6-week abortion ban that's in place, saying that it's simply too restrictive. But he
Any
left
more
the door
time.
open. He wasn't specific in terms of would he support overturning it. Would he give any more specifics in terms of timing? Just a short while ago, he gave an interview to Fox News where he once and for all was very clear.
I'm gonna tell people exactly what I think.
Take a listen to what he had to
I'm
say.
definitely not gonna change my mind again.
Are you voting yes or no on Amendment 4 in Florida?
So I think 6 weeks, you need more time than 6 weeks. I've disagreed with that right from the early primaries. When I heard about it, I disagreed with it. At the same time, the Democrats are radical because the 9 months is just a ridiculous situation.
9 months, nobody's doing it then.
An abortion in the 9th month, and you know some of.
Why does he keep saying? Why does he keep saying that people are getting abortions at 9 months and after birth? Didn't he claim that the governor of Wisconsin or Michigan or something like that could perform themselves? I think he said that they could perform. I don't know if doctors could, if it was the way that he phrased it was a little ambiguous, but apparently the governor of one of the northern states is allowed to perform abortions after children are born. It doesn't make a lot of sense when you try and break it down, but yeah, I mean, it's along the same lines as this shit.
States like Minnesota and other states have it where you could actually execute the baby after birth. And all of that stuff is unacceptable. So I'll be voting no for that reason. Like English professors, they say.
So a couple of things there. He says he will be voting no for that reason, but to have to do a little bit of fact-checking here. Once again, we should just make it very clear. It is illegal in every state in the nation to kill a baby after it's born. I mean, something like that.
I love that he feels that he needs to say that. It makes me so sad that this is where our politics are at, that people are so dumb that they believe that people are literally killing babies after they're born. Like, and that a major news organization feels it necessary to clarify the rhetoric of a former president in this particular case. But this is what's happening. The guy who used to be president and wants to be president again thinks that people are just killing babies, but there's exactly zero evidence of that. And fact-checking is great, but I'm just saying, like, no. I'm not saying that it shouldn't be fact-checking. I'm saying I am so just disenfranchised by the state of our politics in this particular regard, where, you know, the blatant lies being perpetrated by people like Donald Trump are being accepted as fact by so many people, at least enough people that you know, or you know, maybe they would, I don't know, whatever. I'm just, I mean, he keeps saying it, so I feel like there's got to be some people out there believing it. It could be wrong. You were joking with me? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's fine. I'm just going to forget everything that just happened. Let's go on to some other stuff. Actually, wait. We got to talk a couple more things relating to people being born. Here's Forbes breaking news from a day ago. This is footage of Donald Trump talking about his mother. Somebody I honestly assumed that he wasn't ever born in like the traditional sense.
I've heard you talk about your mom in interviews before. She was obviously a very strong woman. Was she hard on you with school? Tell us about your mom a little bit.
No, she wasn't. She was great. I had a great mother, great father. Very different people. My mother came from Scotland. And she came over to this country. These other people from Scotland.
I love how before he says anything about his mother, he's gonna be like, Great mother. Great father, though. Great father. Greater, even, some might say. But you asked about my mother, so I will oblige. I will oblige. I'll talk about that woman who gave birth to me.
Actually, that's hidden. Do you know that some of the biggest, smartest, most brilliant leaders in business come from Scotland? And nobody knows it? Or at least.
So rather than talking about his mother, he starts talking about business leaders from Scotland. Okay, that's very, yeah, it seems like Donald Trump's mom was a great woman.
You know, their parents came from Scotland, but Scotland did very well in this country. I tell you, it's very good. We have people, and I know that one group, they're very successful group. Now, she came from Scotland, great place, and she came over just for the summer, and she was 19, I guess, and she met my father, and they had a very long marriage. I said, I'll never top you on that, Pop. You know, you always want to be a little bit better than your father.
Yes, literally. If you listen to the content of this, he's actually said basically nothing about his mother. Besides from she was his mother. She was great. His dad was also great. Remember that. That she was from Scotland. She came here for some sort of summer vacation. And then immediately switches back to his dad. He's like, Dad, you're doing such a great job staying married for so long. I wish I could be as good as you, but got a big problem with the Eastern European women. And I just keep running through them. I don't know what my deal is.
Other you can a little more, and my father loved that. You know, some fathers don't like it. When you have a father that doesn't want his son to be a success, well, you got a problem with a father. But there are plenty of them. I've seen plenty of them that make it actually hard for the son. But no, I had the opposite. I had a father that loved me all the time. They met.
I am convinced that Donald Trump doesn't actually have a mother. He seemingly has basically no facts about her and doesn't seem to have any memories of her, at least that he's willing to share here. It's very weird. It is very, very weird.
Don't be creepy.
Like, he was asked about his mom and then spent the rest of the time talking about Scottish businessmen and his dad. I don't understand.
They fell in love, they got married, and they were married for 6.5 decades.
Wow.
A long time. I said, Pop, I'm not going to be able to beat you with that. But anyway, and they had just a great marriage, very different people, but they had a great marriage, very, very strong marriage.
I'm serious. I don't think, I mean, maybe the woman existed, but I don't think that I don't think they spent any time together, it would seem like. And you're right, he doesn't know how to hold that mic properly, but he also doesn't know how to do anything normal humans do. Like drinking water, or walking down ramps. Okay, let's go here. This is Majority Report. Trying to keep things fun. Majority Report's usually fun. This is from 5 hours ago. Pro-lifers furious with Donald Trump over his interview. Oh, wait a second.
Let's turn to the Republicans here, because Trump got himself into a little bit of a pickle with the anti-abortion activists on his side the other day. He was asked here by NBC's Dasha Burns about Florida's 6-week abortion ban, and it seems like, honestly, he gets confused here. He thinks he's being asked about his position nationally for his platform, but there was backlash because it sounded like he's saying that he would vote in favor of the abortion protection measure in Florida, where he's supposedly voting. So here's what his answer was.
You overturn,
everyone does.
You
I think
overturn
everyone
Roe,
does, yeah.
and you want abortion to be a states' rights issue. In Florida, the state that you are a resident of, there's an abortion-related amendment on the ballot to overturn the 6-week ban in Florida. How are you going to vote on that?
Well, I think the 6 week is too short. It has to be more time, and so that's. And I've told them that I want more weeks.
So you'll vote in favor of the amendment?
I'm voting that I am going to be voting that we need more than 6 weeks. Look, just so you understand.
You can't say that he's voting in favor of it, but I'm voting for the thing that is for more than 6 weeks, whatever that might be. I'm not going to say thank you, Nancy, whatever your name is, Julia.
Everybody wanted Roe v. Wade terminated for years, 52 years. I got it done. They wanted it to go back to the states. Exceptions are very important for me, for Ronald Reagan, for others that have navigated this very, very interesting and difficult path.
Oh, man.
The ladies, they need more weeks. It's not enough weeks. People keep telling me, Trump, you gotta have more weeks. It's not enough. 6 is too few. And I say, it's un-American. People should be allowed to do whatever they want.
Very
interesting. Yeah. It's great use of the word interesting because it's actually a subject he's not interested in at all.
Oh, yeah, right.
Like a headache for him. But I mean, clearly he's like out of his depth. He will say whatever he thinks will get him votes. And that is actually, like, you are seeing a lot of the anti-choice people being very angry about him on that. And I don't think one can should underestimate that. I mean, I think people.
Yeah, no, it's totally fair. I mean, the evangelical vote is huge. We started this off talking about this, right? That guy who was in Georgia. We started off listening to evangelical voters in Georgia, and that one guy was talking about it. And I'm not saying he's representative of every single evangelical Christian voter in Georgia, but I feel like we hear a lot of the same rhetoric from similar types of people. Let's listen a little bit more of this.
Sometimes think of these evangelical voters as just these kind of like mindless drones that will always vote for the GOP. But I think there have been points in history where they have actually punished the party for not going far enough. And that's actually one reason why they're actually very disciplined voters, and they have their eyes on the prize. That's one reason why it's such a hard issue for the Republicans. And these are actually voters who are willing to stay home and crash everything in order to keep control of the party.
I 100% agree, Jeet. I know a lot of voters who are Republican voters who voted for Trump in 2016, not because they liked Trump, they were disgusted by him, but that Supreme Court and abortion
Exactly.
drove them up.
They thought they saw Mike Pence, they saw the people that he was bringing along with him. They said that this is our guy. He is here doing God's work. Right, but he starts slipping on some of these most important issues here. It's bad if Kamala can. Although I don't approve of what I was about to say. So I take it back. I take back the thought I didn't say that I was thinking.
And I think he lost in part by 2020 because he already had the Supreme Court stacked. That urgency was gone.
No, that is exactly right. I mean, there's like so many ways in which he's unappealing. And also, I mean, I thought it related to this is his sort of thing on the IVF, where like, he's suddenly saying like, I want to fund IVF, which is like, great, yeah, let's fund all like surgery.
Oh, IVF for all. It's just even if you don't want, even if.
Seriously. All right. Trump is hypnotizing us to remember that everybody wanted it to go to the States. Yes, that's right. Everybody. Every person. All the people. Definitely didn't show. The majority of people wanted Roe v. Wade to stay in place. Nope. He means everybody as in his evangelical voters. That's who he means when he says everybody. It's the thing about Trump speak, right? He says words. They don't always mean what they normally mean. Everybody doesn't mean you and I and, lots of groups of different people. It's a certain group of people. It's everybody. And I know that doesn't make sense, but I'm not here to make it make sense. It just is what it is. Alright, let's go and talk a little bit about Donald Trump's economic policy. Let's see what that entails. By way of this is a response that he had at a town hall a couple of days ago to a young, college-aged Republican voter who wanted to know how he was personally going to make his life more affordable.
Follow the rich white man.
Mr. President, there are a lot of people who want to feel hopeful about our future. I want to introduce you to Luke, who is one of those people.
Hi.
Luke, I know him very well. Luke Skywalker. He did a lot of great things with the Force. Although, I hear Vader wasn't as bad as everybody's always saying. So, really, it's up for debate whether or not those things were great.
Oh, Mr. President.
Good looking guy.
Thank you. My name is Luke Pulaski, and I'm a junior here at the University of Wisconsin-La Crosse. I'll be voting for the first time in November, and I'm researching each candidate, and I have two questions for you. First, as I've been living on my own and buying my own gas and groceries, I have noticed that everything has become more expensive. For me personally, I try to eat healthy and stay lean. A pound of meat has gone from $4 to almost $7. I also would like to buy a home someday, but that seems just impossible now. What's your plan to make life more affordable and bring down inflation?
By the way, I love how he starts it off by talking about how he buys both his own gas and groceries. He is a big boy. He's a very big boy. And I'm impressed.
For someone like me.
Very good, thank you. Good. It's probably the question I get most. You know, they say you're going to vote with your stomach. I don't know if you've heard it, but it's a little bit true. And groceries, food has gone up at levels that nobody's ever seen before. We've never seen anything like it, 50, 60, 70%. You take a look at bacon and some of these products. Some people don't eat bacon anymore.
Some people, they don't even eat bacon. And I say, that's ridiculous. That's not America. Babies should be eating bacon. Old people, everybody in between. If you don't have bacon in your fridge, that's not America. Even if you got one of those weird religions, I don't care. Eat it or leave.
We are going to get the energy prices down. When we get energy down, you know, this was caused by their horrible energy wind. They want wind all over the place. But when it doesn't blow, we have a little problem. This was caused by energy. This was really caused by energy and also their unbelievable spending. They're spending us out of wealth, actually. They're taking our wealth away. But it was caused by energy. And what they've done is they started cutting way back. We were in third place. When I left, we were by far in first place, beating Russia, beating Saudi Arabia.
I love it. I love it. So his plan is to beat Russia and Saudi Arabia and at oil drilling. That's how he is going to make this kid's life more affordable. Everything, right? This is the most trickle-down economic response I've ever heard. This poor kid. He's like, how does this relate to me? I know that this kid, he's just learning to grasp with the cost of groceries right now. And, you know, he doesn't understand what this means. How is drilling oil going to make this kid's life any better? I mean, the fact is it's not, right? It's like assuming that somehow gas prices, oil prices are the one and only thing that is driving up costs. And, you know, and that somehow that all costs would lower because of the existence of more oil. mean, not only is it a nonsense like economic belief, but of course it, terrible for the fucking environment if he were to actually attempt to do this. Let's be real. That's not going to solve everything. We already know that. We've spent day in, day out talking about the actual like court cases, things that are being brought by the federal government against different companies. Real page. Oh fuck, what's the name of that company that was doing the price fixing in grocery stores? I cannot remember. God damn it. Whatever the name of that company was. I mean, like, a whole host of a bunch of other allegations that have been sort of floating around about other companies doing similar shit. So, you can't depend on supply side economics for this kind of things. And there's no way that kid felt like he understood. I just genuinely don't think that kid like got anything from that response. Okay, now let's talk about Kamala Harris's economic plans here for her potential future presidency. Here's Democracy Now! From 2 days ago. Opportunity economy, quote unquote. Kamala Harris promotes expanded child tax credit, regulating price gouging.
We're going to turn now to the economy. During the nearly half-hour CNN interview, Vice President Harris was asked about her top priorities if elected President of the United States. She's interviewed by CNN's Dana Bash.
The voters are really eager to hear what your plans are. If you are elected, what would you do on day one in the White House?
Well, there are a number of things. I will tell you, first and foremost, one of my highest priorities is to do what we can to support and strengthen the middle class.
So what would you do day one?
Day one, it's going to be about, one, implementing my plan for what I call an opportunity economy. I've already laid out a number of proposals in that regard, which include what we're going to do to bring down the cost of everyday goods, what we're going to do to invest in America's small businesses, what we're going to do to invest in families, for example, extending the child tax credit to $6,000 for families for the first year of their child's life to help them buy a car seat, to help them buy baby clothes, a crib. There's the work that we're going to do that is about investing in the American family around affordable housing, a big issue in our country right now. So there are a number of things on day one.
What about you?
Well, I'm excited about this agenda, too. As I said, the idea of inspiring America to what can be. And I think many of...
Sorry, I think we all saw this. I think just about all of us, I would assume, saw this either live or after the fact. We've all seen this particular interview clipped over and over again as well. So I'm just going to move us forward. I think we know generally what was suggested by both Tim Walz and Kamala Harris. Most of it sounded pretty fucking good. Could they go further? Certainly, they could have gone further. Yeah, let's go here.
Harris for president and Minnesota Governor Tim Walz at her side in this interview as they sat in Savannah, Georgia. We're also joined by Nikhil Goyal, a sociologist, educator, author of the book Live to See the Day, Coming of Age in American Poverty. Nikhil, thanks so much for joining us. Can you respond to what Vice President Harris calls the opportunity economy that she'll be pushing on day one?
Sure. Thanks for having me. Kamala Harris laid out a very bold economic agenda for working families in this country. She will restore the expanded child tax credit by putting $6,000 in the pockets of every newborn child, up to $3,600 per child annually until the age of 18. We know
I don't think newborn children have pockets, but I think I know what he's saying. The pockets of the parents of the children.
Know how important that first year of a child's life is for that person's development and how it sets the course for years to come. This measure will ultimately reduce child poverty and economic insecurity. It will reduce food insecurity. It will put money in people's pockets. It will make it easier for families to afford childcare, housing, healthcare, and basic essentials. And, you know, we saw how Trump...
No, exactly, Bob. What's the kid gonna do with the money, huh? Can't even walk. You know, newborns in the crib. That's all you can do is just stay in the crib and cry and poop and eat. Poop, cry, and eat and sleep. Those are the four only. Newborns are just, they don't do anything more than that. So what's that kid gonna do with the money? I mean, it's gonna be more effectively spent by the parents. I think we all can come to that conclusion pretty easily.
Informative the expanded child tax credit was when it was implemented in 2021 in bringing child poverty down to the lowest level in recorded history. And now is an opportunity to resurrect it with a Democratic-controlled House and Senate and pass an economic agenda that will uplift the dignity of every working person in this country.
And how that...
I say, if we're going to give these kids money, we should give them a ballot, we should give them a job, get them to work. Can't be lazy, baby. Okay, give you $6,000, that's a lot of money. Okay, immigrants don't even make that much money. You want $6,000, well, you better get yourself out of that crib. Get to making some sort of serious income outside of that. You think the kids will go gambling in Vegas? Oh my god. Oh, you're right. It could start baby vices in a way that would be... Oh god. I feel like we've completely derailed the segment with this baby bit. But the fact is he said it. I couldn't unhear it. All I could think about was babies with $6,000. Newborn babies, that for that matter. Not even... you know, like 11 or 12 months old, so could probably maybe start crawling around and things like that, right? Crawl their way to the store, buy some groceries, some gas. Okay, I'm done. We're gonna move on. This is too stupid. Who started this? I think it was me. Was it me? Did I start this? Is it my fault? Oh, okay. Okay, now let's go to this. Here's Forbes breaking news from a day ago. Here's Donald Trump at, I think, one of the rallies that we were looking at before here. He's got some stuff to say about his relationship with Vladimir Putin. Let's see how this goes.
I'm watching Mark, and, you know, he's talking about all the things that happened when they shut down everything. They then closed up Keystone XL. People forget. I had it approved. I approved it. It wasn't going to happen. Billions of dollars had been spent. I approved it. They came in. They shut it down. The only one they didn't shut down was the Russian pipeline going through Europe, right? Nord Stream 2. Nobody ever heard of Nord Stream 2, Mark, until I came along, right? Russia was building the biggest pipeline in the world, going to Germany and various other countries in Europe. Countries that we defend against Russia. Think of this.
Biggest pipeline in the world, but nobody ever heard of it.
So we defend them against Russia with NATO. We pay billions and billions, far more than we're supposed to be paying, because they had a lot of people that were delinquent. But after I got finished, they paid, you know? They all paid. They said, would you defend us if we don't pay? I said, no. They all paid. Took about... Obama used to come in, make a speech and leave. Bush came in, made a speech and leave. And, you know, remember this. Under Bush, Putin took a lot of land. Under Obama, Putin took a lot of land.
Illegal.
Under Biden, he's trying to take all of the land, all of the land. Under Trump, he took nothing, nothing.
Wow.
Right, Mark? He took nothing. But Mark said, and I said, write this down. Mark, do you have a copy of that speech, please? It's much easier.
I need the
Just give me
speech.
a copy. But no, he named like 6 things that happened immediately. But one of them was so big because the Keystone XL pipeline was a big deal, and that was going to bring a lot of oil in, and it was going to go. And this pipeline's underground. It's safer than trucks, I guess, right? And a lot more efficient. It was a big deal, and I approved it. And this guy came in and he immediately dropped it. But you know what he did?
He bounces from one thing to the next without any sort of segues. It's like I feel like he rips us from one state of consciousness to the other. It can be painful, I feel like. But yeah, according to him, Vladimir Putin, while he was in office, didn't do anything wrong. Why does it sound like he's calling ex-presidents deadbeat dads? That's because that's what he is doing. I mean, not literally, but it's pretty much what happened just now. Why do people like him? There's no rational explanation for it. Some sort of a psychological, what do you call it? It's like a wave. It's like a psychological wave of people just, for whatever reason, having bought into this. And I don't know why. It doesn't make a lot of sense. Okay, let's go here. We were talking about how Donald Trump would stop Putin from doing all the bad stuff he's been doing.
If we got along with Russia, that wouldn't be so bad, would it? It would be really nice if we got along with Russia.
Wouldn't it be nice if we actually got along, as an example, with Russia?
Wouldn't it be nice?
Wouldn't it be nice?
Wouldn't it be nice if we actually got along with Russia? Even sent me a present. Beautiful present.
I went to Russia with the Miss Universe pageant. He contacted me and was so nice.
Illegal.
Vladimir Putin is a great guy. People just don't understand him.
I spoke with President Putin, who could not have been nicer. What exactly is your relationship with Vladimir Putin? I have no relationship with Putin.
Do you have a relationship with Vladimir Putin?
I do have a relationship. I don't know Putin. I don't know Putin.
Vladimir Putin, have you ever met the guy?
Tough guy. I met him once.
So many contradictory statements on this. It's just amazing. There's no way to know what it is he actually believes in. Aside from that he would fix it, whatever it might be. Okay, let's oh, one last one. We're not gonna watch that whole clip, but let's go to this. This is from 6 years ago. This is BBC News. These are both from 6 years ago. That last one was ABC. This is BBC. This isn't a montage. This is just something that happened, which I'm sure everybody here probably remembers. That would be my guess.
Speaking about the having the ball in our court in Syria, President Trump has just mentioned that we've successfully concluded the World Football Cup. Speaking of the football, actually, Mr. President, I'll give this ball to you, and now the ball is in your court. All the more that the United States will host the World Cup in 2026.
Thank you. That's right. Thank you very much. We do host it, and we hope we do as good a job. That's very nice. That will go to my son, Barron. We have no question. In fact, Melania, here you go.
I'll bet you, I would bet money that Barron Trump has that ball on his wall somewhere. Who says World Football Cup? I don't know. It's not weird. It's not weird to say World Football Cup, okay? That's totally normal. Everybody says it that way. I say it all the time. I was just talking about the World Football Cup the other day. Okay, we got a couple more. Honestly, we have so much Trump shit to get through. This is what happens when I take 2 full days off. Wild. Hour 41 in. Honestly, we're doing okay. It's just painful. I don't know about you, but this many Trump clips in a row it's oppressive. It's oppressive. Okay, here's another one. At the same town hall event that we were just watching, with Tulsi Gabbard as the hostess. Forbes breaking news 2 days ago. Trump asked by voter about the threat of radical Islamism to the U.S. at town hall event.
To be stopped. Mr. President, we have time for one final question. I don't know if we can get a mic to Bernardo. He's got an important question, given
yeah, good.
Very soon we will be
Good, thank God.
Honoring
Phew.
the anniversary.
She seems so relieved they get to get Israel in before they end this discussion. She's like, oh, can we get Bernardo in? I know he's got a very important this question for you right now.
September 11th and all of the lives that were lost on that tragic day in that tragic attack where we were attacked by radical Islamist terror.
You know, if Tulsi is going to be doing a lot of this stuff, I might need to make one of these for Tulsi. Because I made this one for Trump. I could make them for a bunch of people. You know, I could do different impressions. I could do my Tulsi impression. Thank you, Trump. You are being so brave.
And Bernardo wanted to share his thoughts and had a question for you on this.
Thank you. Mr. President, my name is Bernardo. I'm a voter here in Wisconsin, live in the wonderful La Crosse County here, and I'm also a father of 8. I have 7 here with me. And it's the anniversary of 9/11 is coming up. I'm concerned that we're more vulnerable now than...
I swear to God, these people have, like, people buy like 9/11 themed calendars. It's 2024. Shit happened like not quite, but happened on nearly 3 decades ago now, pal. And it's weird to bring up the anniversary of September 11th on any other day aside from September 11th. It makes you a specific kind of person right off the bat.
9/11 is coming up. I'm concerned that we're more vulnerable now than ever. And we have a Democrat nominee who doesn't even want to say the words, says we shouldn't say the words, radical Islamic terror.
Who's saying that?
Going to protect America?
Wait, sorry, I gotta go back. I gotta hear that again. Who is saying that? I'm so confused. I'm very confused.
Who doesn't even want to say the words, says we shouldn't say the words, radical
Just what do you say to somebody who doesn't want to say the words? Because this guy on a daily basis, he is running into all these people who don't even want to say radical Islamic terrorism. Why won't you say this exact phrase?
Islamic terror. How are we going to protect America from a terrorist attack?
First of all, it's a great question. And, you know, we have radical...
It's the very best question. You think it was a setup question? Wow, multiple people in chat seem to think that it is a planted question. Shocking. Shocking you would think that. It seemed completely unrehearsed. Tulsi Gabbard didn't make it seem at all like she knew who this guy was, what the question was, and that it wasn't that it was somehow a, you know, like like how could you say that? It's pretty obvious. It's pretty obvious that this is just a guy, normal guy, very, very concerned about specifically radical Islamic terrorism in a very real and non-manufactured way.
Well, Islam is pouring into our country along with everybody else right now. They're coming in at levels that nobody's ever seen before. We kept them out. We had 1 year where Border Patrol put down, it was, I believe, 2019, where they, and I don't believe this, I don't believe it's right, but I'll take it. They said 0 came in 20, that was my term, 0. Now we have thousands. I'd like to say that was true, it's probably not, because I can't imagine that, but we were very tough on that. Now they have thousands and thousands coming in, along with the prisoners and along with the crime. And remember,
Jesus Christ. Thousands of radical Islamic terrorists, along with criminals and all the other people coming in.
a lot of these countries like Venezuela, their crime is way down because they've moved their criminals into our country. It's not even believable. But your question on Islamists and all of the jihad and all of the things that they talk about, they have to respect your...
All of those radical Islamic Venezuelans coming across the border.
I did everything right and they indicted me. Country, they have to respect your leader. You know, I had no radical Islam crime for 4 years, and I didn't want to talk about it. I wanted to, I talked about it after, but I didn't want to talk about it during. I don't want to say like, I had absolutely, and the next day you get hit. But we had none, 4 years of it, because they respected your president, they respected your country, and they have to. We have to bring back that level of respect, and we're going to do it. We're going to do it.
Okay. That's right. Donald Trump thinks that he thinks that crime is down 72% because they're sending all of their criminals to the United States. This is a direct quote from a different... we don't have to watch this. We've seen enough of it. We get it. We get it. But yeah. Directly after this one, I have another one set up to talk about that. Do we not? Do we want to watch this? Of Donald Trump saying that Venezuela's crime is down 72% because they sent all their criminals here? I mean, we can. We can. Here, what if I do this? You don't know what? I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, now let's move on. Let's move on. Let's quickly look at this. This is what apparently Donald's new drug policy would ostensibly be in the new Trump presidency. I mean, this is wild. I don't know if you've heard this yet, but this This is fucking insane. Donald Trump says. Well, actually, let's just go. Let's just go straight to you. You will see what his plan is.
Getting the people out. You run a country, the country's inundated with really tough people that are criminals. I want to get them the hell out. If I was the head of a country, the president of a country, if I was in charge of anything having to do with the country, I would have moved them out even faster than they're doing. They are moving people into our country at numbers that nobody's ever seen. And those countries are becoming safe countries. And wait till you see what's going to happen. You know, they're just getting acclimated. You know what that means, acclimated? They're getting used to a society that really goes too far. The only thing they go after is guys like Trump because he protests an election. That's the only thing they're good at going after. They don't go after criminals. They don't go after people that kill people. They don't go after drug dealers that kill, on average, 500 people during their lifetime. So a drug dealer kills 500 people, and the only thing they would understand.
This is hilarious. Okay, so according to Trump, every drug dealer in America has killed at least 500 people, on average.
Would be the death penalty. If you had the death penalty for drug dealers, you wouldn't have any more drugs.
Also, I totally I'm sorry. There's multiple things I was trying to say there, but also, what the fuck is acclimated? What in the fuck is acclimated? Sorry, we gotta go back. We might need to sound drop this.
Their lifetime. So a drug dealer kills 500 people, and the only thing they would life is go after people that kill people. They don't go after drug dealers that kill, on average, 500 people during their lifetime. So a drug dealer kills 500 people, and the only thing they would understand would be the death penalty. If you had the death penalty for drug dealers, you wouldn't have any more drugs. You wouldn't have any more drugs.
No more drugs. All gone. So yeah, he wants the death penalty for all drug dealers. He wants to kill all drug dealers. That's his plan. Okay? Like this, I'm not making this up. Donald Trump wants the death penalty for drug dealers. He just said it. You heard him just now. All drug dealers get the death penalty. It doesn't matter what you're selling. You're not going to jail. Nope.
Illegal.
This is what's happening to you. You get the space lasers. Hold on, we gotta find acclimated though, because that's not a word.
Are becoming safe countries, and wait till you see what's going to happen. You know, they're just getting acclimated. You know what that means? Acclimated.
You know what that means, right? Acclimated. We all know about acclimating. Being acclimated, it's very, very normal. Happens all the time. Especially in these specific situations, which we all know. Hold on. Gotta do multiple things at the same time here. First, before I... before I clip this sound thing, I just want us to go here, real quick. I searched acclimated, right? Showing results for acclimated? Search instead for acclimated. Alright, let's search for acclimated. Eric Michael Garcia on X. How to pronounce acclimate. Interesting. I think this person must be political and like know something. Like just like gotten on the bandwagon. Okay. Well, that's weird. Hold on. I need this.
till you see what's going to happen. You know, they're just getting acclimated. You know what that means, acclimated? They're getting used to a society that really goes too far.
Okay, that's enough. But I do have that sound shot now. Let me just replay this. Let me see if it's good. Gotta export this.
See what's going to happen. You know, they're just getting acclimated. You know what that means, acclimated? They're getting used to a society.
We all know what acclimated means. It's in the dictionary. Most smart people talk about acclimatation all the time. File name, acclimated.wave. Fantastic. Close. Nope, don't need to save that. Alright, great. Done with the acclimating, I think. I'm feeling very acclimated right now. Being back on the stream. Let's go here. Let's talk about the border. Something that Donald Trump was just discussing. Here's Democracy Now! From 2 days ago. From decriminalization to border crackdown. Harris defends shift in first interview as nominee.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, War, Peace, and the Presidency. I'm Amy Goodman. Vice President Kamala Harris Thursday sat down for her first major television interview since President Biden dropped out of the race 5 weeks ago, and she rose to the top of the ticket. With her running mate, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, sitting by her side, Harris was interviewed, as he was, by CNN's Dana Bash in a restaurant in Georgia, as Kamala Harris campaigned with Walz through the swing state. The 27-minute interview marked Harris's most extended, unscripted appearance as the Democratic presidential nominee. She was asked about some of her changes in policy positions on issues including decriminalizing border crossings and banning fracking. She also faced questions on the economy, U.S. weapons shipments to Israel and its war on Gaza, and more. For the most part, the vice president showed little substantive difference in policy from President Biden. The New York Times summed up the interview saying Harris handled it, quote, without causing herself political harm or providing herself a significant boost, unquote. Today, we'll look at Kamala Harris's policy positions with a roundtable of guests on immigration, Israel-Palestine, the economy, and climate change. We'll begin on immigration and the border. This is CNN's Dana Bash questioning Vice President Harris last night.
Hold on, we're not going to watch this interview. We've all seen it. We've all seen it. I'm quite certain of that.
By CNN's Dana Bash last night in a restaurant in Savannah, Georgia, where she and Governor Walz were campaigning. It was her first major television interview since becoming the Democratic presidential nominee. For more, we begin our roundtable discussion with Erica Andiola, longtime immigration activist, communications director for the Young Center, joining us from Phoenix, Arizona. Erica, welcome back to Democracy Now! Can you respond to what the vice president did and didn't say?
Yeah, you know, it's just disheartening and really disappointing to see that immigration has become, at least for the Harris administration, or for the Harris campaign, for Kamala Harris herself, has become about security, about criminality, when in reality, immigration is so much more than that. And
Yeah, yeah, I think we were all pretty disappointed by a lot of her responses on things like this that felt very milquetoast. I felt like it was sort of trying to appeal to the not so real center, and you know, it felt like a bad calculation in my opinion to go so hard as she did.
Democrats used to talk about it. They used to talk about how they were going to, you know, back in the Obama administration, that they were going to pass an immigration bill that would provide a path to citizenship for people, that would fix the immigration system so that there were paths for people to be able to migrate without having to go to the border and make this dangerous journey. And now it has become about criminality, about drugs. And in this interview, she really accepted that and went along with these Republican talking points that now truly have become Democrat talking points. And it's just just disappointing to me, but it's also dangerous because it really causes for people to continue to think about immigrants as, you know, as a danger to this country. And we have seen what that has caused, not just on policy, but also in how people are now treating our communities.
It's very frustrating that we have no leverage in this country by way of a actual leftist and effective third party. You know, there's many a time where I want us to do something like the French recently did. Oh fuck! Why don't I have a video of this in here? Oh god, I'm gonna have to do this while I'm on break because we have to talk about that. Because we the last few days since we last talked, things have progressed as it relates to France in a very just nonsensical sort of way right now. But I get ahead of myself. But yeah, it is just very frustrating to me, and you know, the French, like I was talking about recently, used their sort of leverage to attempt to make things happen in their democracy. Although there have been some recent setbacks to all this, as Emmanuel Macron's, well, he's not accepting things so great. But somehow that's a gloss over story to everything else today somehow, and I don't think that made it in my list. I'm looking right now. No, it's not in here somehow. I'll bet I saved the video to a different list. I have too many playlists. That's probably, yeah. That's the best reminder. I mean, best explanation. All right. Let's keep talking about the border and immigration policy. If you think Kamala's border policy sounds bad, this is Donald Trump's most recent remarks on the border. This is from a day ago. Forbes breaking news. Where is it? Forbes breaking news. Trump promises Pennsylvania voters, quote unquote, we will start the very largest deportation operation in American history.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Thank you. From the moment we take back the White House from Kamala and Crooked Joe, we're going to have 4 of the greatest years in the history of our country. It's going to happen. We're going to get it done fast. Starting on day 1, I will seal the border and stop the migrant invasion into our country. We will carry out the largest deportation operation in American history. We have no choice. We will halt the invasion and deport the illegals. She will let in the next 15 million people, and if they won in 4 years, we will have had over 100 million people from all over the world enter our country.
100 million? He was saying 20 million, which we already fact-checked earlier was wrong. Although he is saying at the end of the next presidency, but 100 million people? Wow. Wow, he's really just grasping for anything. It doesn't matter if it's factual or not. I think he doesn't care at all. And he's just hoping that someone out there is gonna hear that and think, oh my god, 100 million. Gotta go to the polls. 100 million. Why, that's a third of the United States population. Donna, get the pitchforks, please. He's a numbers guy. He's a fake numbers guy. He just says whatever number sounds good. What do you say? What do you think? 100 million? 200 million? A lot of people? Too many people for us. Okay, that's all that's what I'm trying to get across. So yeah, what was it? All right. So he wants and doesn't want to get rid of the 6-week abortion ban in Florida. Personally, he does want drug dealers to get the death penalty and wants to do the biggest deportation operation in American history. Okay, that's interesting. Wow, it's quite a list. Last 48 hours, he's been real busy.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Now, let's go to somebody who's, well, he's been less busy. Yeah. Forbes has been keeping close track of all this, thankfully. This is the second video of this, which they've posted in the last week. Is that Joe Biden on a beach? He's on a cell phone. He's probably talking to Kamala, telling him what to do. Joe Biden, you're still cool. Stay on the beach. I'm running the country now. So yeah, utterly unbelievable. Joe Biden and Jill Biden at the beach on vacation. Who's running the country? Obama. It means Obama and Kamala. They're running the country right into the ground, letting all of the illegal radical Islamist Venezuelans to come into the country. That's it for America. Now, one thing I would point out, we don't have to watch a whole video in this. I had a video queued up for this, but I was like, fuck it. We just skipped past it and went straight to the beach video because it was more fun and Sunday Fun Day. But I think everybody here knows that the U.S.'s sanctions on Venezuela, which make Venezuela essentially the most sanctioned country in the world, have caused economic hardships in just immense proportions in Venezuela, causing a great deal of problems and, in fact, leading to a lot of the emigration from that country. And Donald Trump personally made them even worse than they were before. And it's weird. It's honestly really weird to hear him complain about Venezuelan immigrants when he is, in fact, you know, like, single-handedly perhaps the most responsible for those people leaving Venezuela. Wow. 2 hours in, we haven't even gotten to the first break. Okay, yeah, actually, we're really close. This is the last. And actually, technically, you know, we're going to save this. We're going to save this to the second half of the show. Well, I hope everybody has been enjoying this here Spacecast this evening. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. It really helps out. Still need to get this channel up to 500 subscribers on YouTube so I can at least even potentially imagine doing this full-time forever, or at least as long as it's, you know, a thing that can be done. If you've done both of those things, that being liking and subscribing on YouTube, well, I got one idea for you. You can help even further by contributing to the Galactic News Network on Patreon. For just a few US dollars a month, you can gain access to a veritable myriad of space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. That's right, not only can you sit here poolside like patrons before you, you can also gain a sense of satisfaction for having helped in making this stream possible. The link is in chat and in my bio. I didn't even have to link it, thanks to Looney Tunes, thank you. Alright. Well, that's enough capitalist messaging. You know what to do. So enjoy this space intermission and grab yourselves a snack, perhaps. And I'll be right back. Alright, chat. I am back. Which means it's time for the second half of the show. I'm gonna get back to that seed space, fams. Content's gonna get started without you. Okay. Gonna get environmental with it. Got a lot of different stuff to talk about here today as it relates to not just the climate, but human environments, cities, all sorts of stuff. I'm gonna attempt to do, as it's Sunday Funday, can't just do climate doom, gotta do some climate, I don't know, productivity. Let's start here. This is NBC LA from 12 hours ago. Rancho Palos Verdes residents scramble for next steps amid power shutoff. By the way, the reason for the shutoff is crazy.
Bad news for residents living in the Portuguese Bend community here in Rancho Palos Verdes. SoCal Addison is ready to flip the switch to turn off the electricity. It is the latest blow to people trying to save their homes and amid this continuous land movement underneath. NBC4's Annette Ariola live in Rancho Palos Verdes this morning with the announcement expected later today. Annette, good morning. What's the latest?
Michelle, good morning to you. Hello, everybody. Well, as you can imagine, folks out here are really frustrated, very concerned, saying that they were only given a 24 hours notice, letting them know that their power would be shut down indefinitely. Now, Southern California Edison says that there was a small fire this past Thursday, and that is why they've had to do this. They say that fire was caused by an electrical line that fell to the ground because of the land movement. After that incident, the utility company determined that it was no longer safe to continue servicing the area. Now, the shutoffs will impact roughly 140 homes in the Portuguese Bend region of Rancho Palos Verdes. Southern California Edison says they don't have a time or date as to when power could be restored. And now residents have spent the weekend really trying to figure out exactly what they're going to do next. Take a listen.
Well, that sucks. I don't know about you, but suddenly being told that you had to either deal with having no power or leaving your home due to a sudden shift in the ground around your home, that would, I mean, that'd be somewhat alarming, I think, on multiple levels. 64 links. It's not possible. It's inconceivable. Okay, let's go on to this. This is another Democracy Now! Piece from a couple of days ago discussing Kamala Harris's views on the environment and most specifically fracking.
Climate and everything are the same word.
I want to turn now to the issue of climate, which hasn't come up that much during this presidential campaign, but it was addressed Thursday when CNN's Dana Bash questioned Vice President Harris about her change in position on the methane gas drilling process known as fracking, which saw a boom in the U.S. and Canada and has been linked to a surge in methane gas emissions over the past decade, which are one of the biggest contributors to the climate crisis.
When you were in Congress, you supported the Green New Deal. And in 2019, you said, quote, "There is no question I'm in favor of banning fracking." Fracking, as you know, is a pretty big issue, particularly in your must-win state of Pennsylvania.
Sure.
Do you still want to ban fracking?
No, and I made that clear on the debate stage in 2020, that I would not ban fracking. As vice president, I did not ban fracking. As president, I will not ban fracking.
In 2019, I believe, at a town hall, you said you were asked, would you commit to implementing a federal ban on fracking on your first day in office? And you said, there's no question I'm in favor of banning fracking. So yes. So it changed in that campaign?
In 2020, I made very clear where I stand. We are in 2024, and I've not changed that position, nor will I going forward. I kept my word, and I will keep my word.
What made you change that position at the time?
Well, let's be clear. My values have not changed.
This is very frustrating. Now, fact is that while her stance on this, I do not agree with her at all on what she's saying and what she's about to say about all this. It's still somehow technically slightly better than Donald Trump's energy policy, which is just literally drill, baby, drill. Not just natural gas, but also just oil in general. But it's just, it's so misguided for someone such as herself to be claiming that fracking and natural gas are somehow a good solution to our energy future. It's somehow part of a sustainable transition to a renewable energy future. It's just not. It's not. No matter how much we want to believe it, everything that we've seen here on this stream together says the exact opposite about it.
I believe it is very important that we take seriously what we must do to guard against what is a clear crisis in terms of the climate. And to do that, we can do what we have accomplished thus far. The Inflation Reduction Act, what we have done to invest, by my calculation, over probably $1 trillion over the next 10 years, investing in a clean energy economy. What we've already done, creating over 300,000 new clean energy jobs. That tells me, from my experience as vice president, we can do it without banning fracking. In fact, Dana, excuse me,
I don't think she's actually seen the research. From this answer, this is what I want to believe. Because of the way that she framed it, it makes me believe that she doesn't actually know the science. And that she just needs somebody who's a scientist to tell her what's actually going on with this, right? That's what I want to believe. Because she's just saying, because we've created jobs, it's possible. And that is in no way a way to define whether or not it is somehow sustainable for the environment. It's just the wrong framing. You know, saying that we've sustained it with capitalism. Capitalism's sustaining it, so of course it'll work. It'll be fine. Why don't we? You know, and it's like, no, don't.
Tie-breaking vote that actually increased leases for fracking as vice president.
Oh, shit.
So I'm very clear about where I stand.
So we turn now to David Sirota, founder and editor-in-chief of The Lever, host of its new investigative podcast, Master Plan. He's also an Oscar-nominated co-writer of Don't Look Up, that satirical film about a comet hurtling toward Earth, a metaphor for climate change. So, David, this change in position, when Kamala Harris was first running for president in 2019, right, she said she was against fracking. That's primaries. She's appealing to the base of the Democratic Party. But now she didn't have to go through the primaries, and she's appealing to the population at large. Can you respond to what she said?
Well, I think what was most problematic about what she said was that she said that the Inflation Reduction Act means that they can hit the carbon emissions targets that they want to hit, when in fact this year there was a report out quite recently saying that the Inflation Reduction Act has certainly reduced carbon emissions in the United States, but not nearly on track to what the Biden-Harris administration has projected and has pledged to hit by 2030. So she's saying the Inflation Reduction Act can bring down emissions without having to do anything like banning fracking, when the data says exactly the opposite, that there's going to need to be much more done to reduce carbon emissions. And I think the takeaway here is what we've seen from the Biden-Harris administration generally, which is they are willing to make real investments in the supply side of clean energy. They are willing to make real investments in the green energy economy, but they have shied away from policy that would reduce the supply of oil and gas. I mean, they have expanded leases. They have.
Yeah, I think part of it, it's not just this administration, because we've been aware of this issue for a while. And it's something that's been going on for a long time, which is essentially just this belief that somehow science will be so good at some point that it won't matter how much fossil fuels we burn. That's just not, I mean, at least currently, not true, right? And we only have a set amount of time to deal with these issues. So these kinds of nonsense sorts of beliefs, non-scientific sorts of conclusions need to be taken out of the public domain, sphere of conversation, at least in my opinion. And it was really unfortunate, in my, once again, in my estimation, that Kamala chose to do that. But I'll take somebody who is open to talking about the science and listening to things than drill, baby, drill. I can still be disappointed. Somewhere in between there, I can still be disappointed. Ah, God. By the way, if you don't know Dave Sirota, he's like a journalist that I can't remember he's an investigative journalist, I'm pretty sure, but I can't remember who he worked for. No, I think he went the Lever. I think that's his organization. I think he went out on his own. I can't remember who he used to work for. Maybe the Times. I genuinely can't remember. I'm pretty sure he was also involved in the writing of, what was it? What's it called? Don't Look Up. The movie with Leonardo DiCaprio and the girl from Hunger Games. I can't remember her name. Jennifer Lawrence? I don't know. Why are we talking about the Hunger Games now? Alright, let's go on. Talk about oil companies. Well, a specific oil company, that being Shell. Here's Reuters from 2 days ago. Shell plans wide cuts in oil exploration division.
Shell plans to scale back its oil and gas exploration and development workforce by 20%. That's what company sources have exclusively told Reuters. They say CEO Wael Sawan will expand his cost savings drive to the highly profitable division after deep cuts in renewables and low carbon businesses. The sources added restructuring will see hundreds of jobs go around the world.
Baby driver is a baby job? Okay, I see what you're saying. So you're saying that we're somehow baby drivers, people like adults who are driving babies are taking away jobs from babies, and that's why the Obama, Kamala, Biden administration wants to give babies $6,000. I see. I see. Well, if we just gave those jobs back to babies.
It will be particularly felt at its offices in Houston, The Hague, and to a lesser degree in Britain. The planned 20% reduction is subject to consultations with employee representatives bodies, according to the sources. Shell's oil and gas production division made up over 1/3 of the company's $28 billion in adjusted earnings last year. Exploration is vital for oil and gas companies in order to replenish depleting reserves and discover new resources. A Shell spokesman would not comment on the reduction figures. Shell shares were slightly up Friday morning following the news. So
I've been trying to figure out why Shell is choosing to do this, because that answer is insufficient, and it's interesting. It makes me wonder why. What could, maybe they believe prices are going to go down from where they are. Maybe they finally come to the conclusion that their industry is destroying the earth. That's the last of my guesses. Okay. Now let's go to ProPublica. ProPublica, great news organization, the very best.
Immediately, if not sooner.
They are the people who broke the undercover Project 25. Just call it Project 25 again. The Project 2025 undercover interview with the founder. Oh God, what's his name? I can't think today. My brain is broken. Anyway, let's go here. This is ProPublica. I don't know. I'm telling you who ProPublica is. Pretty sure most people know who they are. How power-hungry data centers are hindering Washington's clean energy push.
Climate and everything are the same word.
What you talking about?
Did you know that a search on ChatGPT consumes 10 times more electricity than a single Google search? The data centers that power these searches, along with so many other things in our digital lives, are seeing explosive growth. And these data centers require so much computing power that their global energy consumption could double 2022's demand by 2026. The Pacific Northwest is home to a large data center market, and Washington State alone has at least 87 of these server farms. In the 2000s, Microsoft and Yahoo started building data centers in central Washington, drawn to some of the cheapest electricity rates in the US because of the state's clean hydropower dams. In 2010, as a way to create jobs after the Great Recession, lawmakers started giving tax breaks to data centers. The tax cuts lapsed, were quickly reinstated, and then expanded in 2015 and again in 2022 when data centers became one of Washington's largest corporate subsidies. Companies have saved more than $474 million since 2018, and Microsoft has gotten about 65% of those savings. The state is now at a crossroads because in 2019, the legislature passed a measure to make Washington's electric utilities carbon neutral by 2030. But at the same time, lawmakers keep encouraging the growth of the data center industry through the tax breaks. In one Washington county, data centers now consume more power than any other category of ratepayer, nearly 40%. Utility officials said that the increased demand made relying on the county's dams risky, so they signed contracts with big companies that trade in energy, exchanging most of its hydropower for a steady supply of electricity generated by other unspecified sources of energy, which experts say are usually carbon-emitting fuels like natural gas.
Yeah, it's just natural gas and coal. It's just piles of coal getting thrown into furnaces like it's the fucking Titanic or something. No, not sustainable. So yeah, ChatGPT searches And that's just one, right? There's so many AI like platforms, search platforms. There's AI design platforms. There's AI environmental stuff. I mean, some of this stuff is good. Some of it is maybe less important, right? I've personally used some AI stuff, right? Thankfully, I don't know, whatever. Like, I'm kind of a pack rat to some degree, so I have like pretty much all of the AI searches I've ever done. Just kept them, saved them all. Not on the cloud either, on a drive. But yeah, no, it's something I think about. Like, whenever like I'm like, oh my god, AI would be super cool for this or that thing. I'm like, wait, is this worth 10 times as much as a Google search? Will Google get this done? And most times my answer to myself is yes. So I just go with the Google search lately. Really have been trying my best to do that. To at least just make the assessment, right? Like, if you're using AI to, I don't know, save the environment, save the earth, to come up with a cure for cancer, I'm all for it. Use that energy. I'm about it. Okay, now let's talk more about energy production in general. We were already pretty much getting into that just now. Might as well finish this, continue this conversation in a number of different ways. First, let's start with CBS. This is them attempting this conversation. How the US is attempting to go carbon free.
Thanks, Jeff, for the question. The U.S. is looking to produce a record amount of clean energy in 2024, and right now it is actually on track to do so. Almost all of the new electricity generation capacity in the U.S. added in the first half of the year came from carbon-free sources, according to the U.S. Energy Information Agency.
Hell yeah.
This includes wind, solar, battery storage, and nuclear power. For more, let's bring in CBS News national environmental correspondent David Schechter from Dallas. So, David, the nation added 20 gigawatts of new capacity in the first half of 2024. For context, that's enough to power 15 million homes. What are the biggest sources of new power?
Now, is it all going to new homes, or is it going to power Peter Thiel's AI, whatever, or whoever? Peter Thiel, is he an AI? I'm pretty sure he's an AI.
Well, natural gas used to be king, but now it makes up just a fraction of the new generation that we've been talking about here. Instead, solar leads the way, accounting for almost 60% of new power. And a lot of it's coming from some mega solar projects that have been built in Texas and Florida. After that, you might think the next category would be wind, which would be logical, but it's actually battery storage at about 20% of new generation.
Well, let's talk a little bit more about batteries and their importance in being able to achieve the clean energy goals that the U.S. is setting out to actually on track, it sounds like, to achieve and hoping to achieve.
Yeah, right. Well, battery storage has become real popular because you can store energy when it's not needed and then release it when it is. So imagine like a big wind blowing in West Texas overnight, and the wind turbines are spinning really hard, but people are sleeping and they don't need the energy. In that case, that excess power would just go to waste. But with batteries, you can store that power until the morning.
Exactly. And the same thing goes for solar, right? One big thing about solar is that it's generating the most electricity in the middle of the day when most people are, kids are at school, people are at work. And there's a lot less draw on the grid because people are using communal spaces, right? And then at night, everybody goes back home, but there's more electricity so essentially they turn off power generation at certain times in the day because it's not needed. So technically, batteries are creating an energy opportunity by increasing the energy capacity of different grids, and being able to take this excess power and hold on to it for later, which is great. It really is great. Yeah, and it's something that we've been needing to be working on, how to use these renewable energies to their maximum capacities, how to deal with some of these inherent downfalls with each of the technologies that exist.
When people wake up, they got stuff to do, they need energy, and that power is now available, but it's coming from a battery.
And David, I have to say, I was so excited when we were discussing this story because so often it seems like we are reporting all the ways in which we have failed to meet our energy goals, our clean power goals, any of our climate goals. And in this case, I understand that the country is actually on pace to double the amount of new solar this year compared to last year, and a record amount of battery storage. Talk to us about the impact here on climate change, recognizing that there's still a lot of work to do.
Sure. Yeah, well, the transition is obviously critical for the country to hit its targets, this energy transition for reducing carbon emissions, which are the primary cause of climate change. At the moment, the emissions from the power sector are not falling fast enough to stay on target, even though all this new generation is being built. The solution.
Yeah, because we spent the 3 years previous to this year doing a bunch of new gas explorations and other things like that. People act like Joe Biden was not a pro-oil, pro-gas president. That's the furthest thing from the truth. He did a historical number. Joe Biden did a historical number of oil and gas drilling. I know sometimes I say it's not true. It's because I don't like it. But I didn't do it as good as Joe. Okay, let's go to this. OCC, aka our changing climate. It's from a couple of days ago. This is how we build socialist power. Literally.
In 2021, Texas's source of energy lay vulnerable. For decades, private utility companies neglected their duties by eschewing oversight and prioritizing profit over preparedness. They failed to winterize the grid, making it susceptible to damage from extreme weather events that ultimately resulted in widespread blackouts and suffering for millions of Texans. A preventable disaster brought on by greed and the whims of capital. In the United States, and indeed globally, we are at a crossroads when it comes to electricity and the power grid that moves vast amounts of energy across whole countries. A choice now lies ahead of us. Down one path lies the fate of Texas, a deregulated neoliberal capitalist approach to energy production, transmission, and distribution that places electricity, which has now become essential to life, firmly in the hands of private owners who have no responsibilities to the public. Down the other path lies the promise of the Tennessee Valley Authority and more recently the New York Power Authority. Publicly owned utilities that place the decision-making and power in both senses of the word about how energy is created and used into the hands of the people. One path locks in business as usual and climate chaos, and the other charts a future of more equitable and environmentally sound energy grid. Today, we uncover just how crucial the power grid is for a zero-carbon world, as well as how it can be a lodestone for a larger eco-socialist economy that places people and planet above profits. This video is better on Nebula. Use the link in the description below or stick around until the end to find out how you can support our changing climate directly by signing up for Nebula or even gift Nebula to a friend. On Nebula, you can watch this video ad free and also watch over 30...
Enough of the Nebula. That's free promotion for Nebula. My God. I am not sponsored by Nebula, nor am I a Nebula creator. You'll find no galactic content on Nebula from what I'm aware of, even though it's called Nebula. Alright, that might not be true.
Stretching across North America lies a dense network of energy, an interconnected machine of power plants, substations, and power lines, the energy grid. A massive machine bringing power from faraway production to the homes of millions of consumers. Much of our lives in North America function on the security that when we flick on a switch, the light will go on, or when we plug in our phone, it will charge. Without a reliable power grid, that security doesn't exist. But what exactly is the power grid? And what are the utilities that run them? Very simply, the grid is a collection of power plants, transmission lines, and distribution centers that facilitate the movement of energy from producers to consumers. To be clear, utilities are not fossil fuel companies or extraction corporations. They merely purchase oil and gas to use in their generators to create energy that then flows through transmission lines to homes and industry. In short, the grid is the veins and the heart that deliver fuel to customers, and the utilities control, operate, and build out that infrastructure. The grid, especially in the US, however, is primarily controlled by private utilities. As of 2017, investor-owned utilities served 72% of the United States market. And because the infrastructure of energy grid requires immense upfront cost, these utilities need the security of a captive market to make a profit. More specifically, competing with an already established utility by laying out costly new transmission lines, substations, and generation stations is a fool's errand. As a result, utilities in the United States have become natural monopolies in their local markets.
Okay, hold on. Gonna skip ahead a little bit. Can't watch all 30 minutes of this. I do love these hour-changing climate videos, though. Not gonna lie. This guy makes great videos. Incredibly important to have people making this level of environmental-related content from a leftist perspective.
In the city of Chicago, energy bills are on the rise. Infrastructure projects and new technologies continue to push Chicagoans' monthly utility bill through the roof, a cost that's projected to reach as high as $650 a month by the winter of 2050. A trend that's reflected across the country, with energy prices surging 14.3% on average throughout the US. This price gouging has led to the immiseration of millions who are already struggling to pay ballooning housing and food costs. Heat and electricity are a human right. We can't leave their price and accessibility up to the chaos of the market, nor the whims of a corporate board of directors, however regulated they may be. This, combined with the fact that for a livable future, we need utilities to generate, transmit, and distribute fossil fuel-free power as soon as possible. A power grid based on the needs of the planet and people is essential. Indeed, any transition to a zero-carbon world necessitates the electrification of almost everything and assuring that that electricity is emissions-free. Unfortunately, capitalist forces are making this transition slow and piecemeal. They have actively worked to maintain a fossil fuel industry dead set on locking in emissions-intensive fuels for decades. Because capitalists need the consistency and fluidity of fossil fuels to extract maximum profits from their production. As Andreas Malm's Fossil Capital notes, the purpose of the current power grid and more broadly fossil fuel extraction and production has been to allow capitalists to break away from the temporal and spatial restrictions of the sun, the wind, and water. The fossil capitalist power grid allows the owners of production to concentrate and highly exploit workers in city centers for maximum profits. Because fossil fuels can be anywhere and burn at any time. This is an unacceptable path forward. Our energy cannot exist to pad the pockets of capitalists. So then, how do we shift energy production and transmission from a system based on profit to one based on people and environment? There are two general approaches to that question, which can be implemented simultaneously to bring cheap, accessible, and zero-carbon power to all people everywhere. The first is centralized public power. The struggle for a renewable-powered eco-socialist future need to understand the key role power grids and utilities play in any energy transition. While they certainly aren't a silver bullet solution, radically transforming utilities and through them the power grid can be a linchpin for a broader, just ecological transition. Utilities, after all, have an outsized influence on what our energy system looks like. Indeed, due to the immense control of utilities across power generation and distribution, creating a publicly supported renewable transition mandate for utilities would mean a swift transition across the country. Not to mention, renewable power greatly benefits from large-scale grids. A deeply democratic and extensive renewable public grid could transfer energy from Arizona when the sun is shining to the Pacific Northwest when it's cloudy. In short, supporting some form of national or perhaps international grid could stabilize historically variable energy technologies. But to do this, a centralized public energy system would need to rip the decision-making away from private boards and place it back into the hands of workers and communities. Luckily, the power grid is one of the few arenas in the United States where there is already a fair amount of oversight and regulation surrounding private utilities. For many states, this supervision takes the form of Public Utilities Commissions, or PUCs for short, which are state-led elected or appointed entities that ensure that private utilities charge fair prices. As Matt Huber notes in Climate Change's Class War, some states empower PUCs to make sure utilities operate in ways that are consistent with the public interest. Thus, electric utilities are already explicitly political entities. In short, there is already a public body that oversees many private utilities. So why don't we just cut out the middleman? This has already been tested with a massive public utility that is the Tennessee Valley Authority, or TVA for short. Since 1933, the federally run power company has provided low-cost energy to over 10 million customers across 7 southern states. Of course, the TVA is far from a perfect model for an eco-socialist utility company, but it's a start. The TVA is still heavily reliant on fossil fuels and reveals that it's not enough to just nationalize or place a utility in the hands of the people. If a people's power grid is to be truly just and ecologically sound, it needs to be subject to the oversight of radical electrical workers' unions, climate justice, and local community councils with mandates for a swift transition to a zero-carbon and efficient grid that provides low-cost energy to all people. An eco-socialist future demands a power grid free from the shackles of making a profit off of energy and infrastructure. To truly tackle climate change at the speed climate science demands of us, private utilities based on lining the wallets of investors will not do. Instead, an eco-socialist grid would wield centralized public planning to build out a massive network of clean energy generation interconnected through national and international grids. This
Okay. Sorry, I was typing furiously over here, trying to always forget to add keywords and tags for these videos. I have been trying to add more information to the titles, so at least, hey, I'm doing something at least. Okay, now I think there's one more thing I wanted to look at on this video. You know, I think we should just move on. We're already 3 hours in. Good God, how are we this far? What? It's because I have an insanely long list today. And I showed a lot of restraint. All right, let's talk about transportation a little bit. First, let's go to New York, see how they're doing with buses. This is from 3 days ago.
undercover officers and tickets issued on the spot. Doug Williams has more on a bus fare evader crackdown from the Bronx.
This is ridiculous.
An undercover transit officer, part of what's known as their Eagle teams, issuing one of many summonses we witnessed on Thursday to bus riders for allegedly not paying their fare. Watch as this woman appears to pay, but the officer sees that it didn't go through. She's then escorted out and given a summons.
In general, you should pay the fare. I was handed this flyer about that they're going to be increasing fare enforcement, and I said, good for you.
Transit officials say...
Yeah, did you say that? You don't seem at all like a Karen either. But this is ridiculous, okay? I mean, I get people's objection to people not paying the fare, okay? You pay it, someone else doesn't pay it, makes you sad. Here's the problem with this whole plan. Financially speaking, you pay some guy, guy or gal, a officer of the law. I think on average, last time I checked, a New York City police officer makes approximately $30 an hour. And I don't know about undercover officers. I'm assuming it's the same. Could be more. Technically, I don't know how much they're paying these people to do this. But let's assume 30. $3 fares for the bus. So that means they need to stop 10 people per because they can only be on one bus. They can't stop it on multiple buses at one time. You have to have one guy per bus. New York has a shit ton of buses. So they gotta stop 10 fare evaders per hour to make it financially viable to pay an officer to be there to do such a thing. I mean, let alone for just being a stupid idea.
$30,000 of those flyers will be handed out every single day. Close to 1 million bus riders, 48% of them.
Well, they got multiple officers. You can see two other idiots back there, background.
Without paying the fare.
Isn't that interesting? It might take some time for people to realize they have to pay their fare and enter either the subway system or in this case, New York City buses lawfully, legally.
Hey, people, they might have to learn some stuff, huh? What do you know? People, they gotta pay the bus fare, eh? Come on. All right, man. You know what? I'm sure there's no way this goes wrong, or that the city loses a shit ton of money doing this. Now, let's go to a different approach to transportation. Here's a little video about Denver's car-free experiment. Why it's potentially just gonna be here to stay. And by here, I mean Denver.
I'm in Denver today, which is a very weird city. There's a pseudo light rail with decent coverage, but it drops you off in the middle of nowhere. The bus network is also okay, if you're willing to sometimes wait 2 business days to go anywhere. But the weirdest part about Denver's transit might be this. Since 1982, the city has been running this shuttle for free down 16th Street Mall, and it comes once every 6 minutes or so, 20 hours a day. I've taken a fair amount of transit around the world, and I can honestly say that the free mall ride is surprisingly good. So good, in fact, that I had to find someone to help me explain why.
I think it helps you experience the city precisely because...
Wait, what? Did he say free? That doesn't sound right. You say no money?
It's easy. Being bookended by 2 transit stations makes sense to connect in those ways.
That's true. And you might once again be thinking, why should I care? Because the mall ride shows us how even car-centric cities like Denver can build transit-friendly areas. And in this video, we'll see why it's here to stay. Before we talk about why it's here to stay, I need to explain what the mall ride actually is. And I also need to address the inevitable comments about how downtown Denver is a drug-infested war zone. To help me explain, I got in touch with the Downtown Denver Partnership and met up with Ellen.
My name is Ellen Vorhofer. I'm the Senior Manager of Urban Planning and Design at the Downtown Denver Partnership.
Ellen graciously agreed to spend a few hours of her life giving me a tour of the mall and answering my questions, in exchange for you liking this video.
16th Street Mall
well,
is
that
the
case.
spine of our downtown core, and along it is the 16th Street Free Mall Ride, which are regular shuttles providing a really important connection between Union Station and our Civic Center station.
Long before becoming a transit mall in 1982, 16th Street had been Denver's main shopping district for over 100 years. But by the 1970s, most US cities were in clear decline as richer residents moved out to the suburbs.
1930s, you see a lot of smaller footprints, smaller businesses. Through the 60s, you start to see some of those roadways.
At the same time, and perhaps perpetuating this decline, cities raised entire blocks in the name of urban renewal, effectively making way for cars driven by these suburban commuters, and ironically making traffic worse. Denver was no exception.
I believe it's
Woof.
65 to 70 blocks of our
It's just
downtown
worse.
were raised. Here's 16th Street.
16th Street soon became choked with congestion. But to give the city credit, they actually did something about it. The downtown business community, RTD, and local government decided to completely remove cars from 16th.
Who knew that cities had go back buttons? That's exciting. That is, wow.
Street between Market and Broadway, turning it into a pedestrian mall with a free mall ride shuttle bus service linking the two transit hubs at each end. For the private sector, more people on foot meant more business, and for the city, the mall ride's transit connections would allow people to get into downtown without driving, reducing congestion beyond the mall as well.
The mall serves as a really important kind of frequent connector, bringing people between those two transit stations.
Still, it was an extremely bold policy move.
Human-centered design and transit connections.
Say what?
Wasn't exactly something
Human-centric.
What you talking about?
that we were seeing most other North American cities do, right?
But the gamble worked.
Safe.
Over 200,000 people showed up for the grand opening, and the mall has since become a core part of downtown with over 1 million visitors every month. The mall ride itself has also been impressive. Pre-COVID, the service carried over 10 million riders on an operating budget under 15 million every year. That's under $1.5 per rider, less than the operating deficit of many paid metro systems in the US. But it hasn't been all good news.
Of course, addressing the safety issues.
Homeless man right there who violently attacked people on the
Not a
16th Street
homeless
Mall.
man.
We have a lot of initiatives through partnerships with other agencies, as well as things we do in-house to try and help ensure that somebody...
Well, forget it. If a homeless man exists, we can't have transit. They can't have nice things. That's not how that works.
is experiencing homelessness. What can we do to ensure that it is brief and non-recurring? There are significant challenges to that, and there always will be.
So it's clearly not perfect, evidenced by the homeless population literally on the doorstep of downtown's offices. But the fact that the Mall Ride and 16th Street Mall still exist is quite unique for North America. But of course, you're still free to disagree.
Well, I think it's good. We need more of that. Let's do that more. Less cars, more free buses. Okay. See, Sunday Funday. We are having fun. It's not just doom and gloom. We are talking constructive. Although that's might be a bad vibe going into this next video. Although this one has there's some positivity to this video as well. Certainly some beautiful landscapes. Let's go to this. France 24 English from 2 days ago Are France's flamingos under threat? Boom.
Shimmering plains and lagoons as far as the eye can see. In the southwesterly corner of France's Mediterranean coastline, these elegant silhouettes streak across the horizon, an iconic part of the landscape. Some 5,000 pink flamingos live in and around these salt marshes, performing their nightly ballet for these delighted tourists, captivated by the natural spectacle.
It's so cool.
He's having a rest, a scratch. He's eating, now drinking.
They're so endearing. Their colours, the way they fly and the way they move in a group.
Benoit Soufanour's been a nature guide in this region for 12 years. He's an expert in flamingo behaviour.
Their diet, small varieties of seaweed, little shrimp, planktonite, are readily available in large quantities, and that's what they eat.
Yet this diet's part of a delicate balancing act. As global warming causes water levels to rise, the fear is that these plains could flood, submerging the landscape and making it uninhabitable for the birds.
If the lagoon disappears, their habitat disappears. In ecological circles, we call them an umbrella species. If we want to protect them, we have to protect their environments.
Attempts to protect these areas are already underway, like here in Aigues-Mortes. Every day, Valentin Fangier patrols the salt marshes, making sure the conditions are optimal. It's now the only site in France where flamingos come to reproduce.
If the water level is too high, then it can drown the nests, which slows down the flamingos' reproduction. We also survey the salinity levels of the water because they feed on little brine shrimp, and they are only abundant at a certain level of salinity, so we keep an eye on all of that.
That's incredibly specific. I mean, I think in my head, like, I knew that they were in very specific climates, but I had no idea just how specific they needed to survive. With the salinity level needing to be a certain level for the brine, the height of the water needs to be a certain height for them to hunt properly, and all these other things. They eat sea monkeys. Are sea monkeys brine shrimp? I always forgot what exactly. I thought they were something else. Some other sorts of, some sort of weird. I mean, I know they're not literally monkeys, but yeah, I guess. Basically, they eat sea monkeys.
Vital work which helps scientists who are already looking to the future. They hope to keep the flamingos here on France's southern coast, and for that they have to be apprehended when very young.
We're trying to create a closed circle so that none of the chicks can escape.
Advancing step by step,
This is
these volunteers
hilarious
are
to
working
me.
together to count the baby flamingos, collecting data
It's
for a
the
scientific
flamingoing.
research centre.
Oh, lost a few.
The yearly census is a delicate operation.
We try to do it in a way that's not too stressful for them and get them to stop moving so much.
Once they're secured, the flamingos are kitted out with these rings, which...
But before they turn pink, they're not that cute. I mean, they're cute, but I mean, they're much better looking when they're pink. Not gonna lie.
like an ID card, a unique code for each bird.
This lets us follow them remotely when they migrate, so of the 450 birds that we're tagging today, we'll be able to know over the next 10-15 years where they've been, if they went abroad or if they came back to nest at the same site.
Well, I do hope that bird and all those other birds, the very best. Very pro-bird here at this chat. Galactic News Network, very much pro-bird survival. Okay, let's go here to global news from 4 days ago. Here's another one of those productive stories. Lego to replace oil in its bricks with renewable to plastic by 2032. Hey, good job, Lego. That's pretty good. 8 years, I guess. Could be faster, I feel like. Sorry. Forgot. This one has subtitles. Lego is replacing fossil fuels used to make its signature bricks with a more environmentally friendly plastic.
In 2015, Lego made the first commitment around this, and since then tested more than 600 different materials, and some were successful, some were not, and that's what happens when you innovate. And today we are pursuing a road where we are using the mass balance approach, meaning that we are taking virgin fossil fuel out of the mix of our materials and increasingly putting sustainable materials in, so that could be recycled materials or bio-based materials.
The company plans to gradually bring down the oil content in its bricks by paying up to 70% more for certified renewable resin. Wow. That sounds environmentally responsible.
It's very difficult because we have such high standards for our bricks. You know, they have to be safe for kids to play with. They have to be durable. So the bricks that were made 60 years ago can still fit the bricks that we are making today, and many more quality requirements. So it has been quite difficult to find the right mix and to make this happen.
Now, remember that Lego is headquartered in Denmark, which is more under threat, just sort of broadly by climate change than, say, the United States is. So I feel like that's at least part of the reason for why they have companies who are more responsible, or at least attempting to be more responsible, and a government that's slightly more responsible, although they're not perfect. But, you know, coming from America, it looks pretty good. Now, people who love Legos may have to pay more money for this change. But, it does seem worth it. Alright, let's just, while we're talking about all this different stuff, about the Earth, about the bad stuff we're doing to the Earth, about the good stuff, about all the different stuff that's happening with the Earth, I figured we would just take one moment and just appreciate the Earth. Here's global news? Yeah, global news from 4 days ago. Drone video captured a river of clouds cascading down the Swiss Alps. The meteorological phenomenon known as alpine foehn blew down clouds from above. It is beautiful. It looks magical. Okay. Okay, what next? Okay, we got some more stuff going on in Europe. Let's go to Greece. This is This is not as fun as the last one, as you will see here shortly. Those are fish. Yeah, all that. That's all fish. Millions of fish. This is disgusting. I forgot to read it. The title of this is over 100 tons of dead fish found in Greece linked to climate issues. 100 tons? 100 tons of fish? 100,000 pounds? Or is that metric tons? Could be more. Could be 250,000. I don't know which ton it is. In the last 4 days, when the water level suddenly dropped, these came to the Pagasetic Gulf, resulting in the coast especially in the port of Vios and the area around the municipality of Vios. Volos? Is it Volos or Vios? I feel like it's probably Volos. I don't know. Greek pronunciation eludes me sometimes. What she's saying is Vula. Did you hear her? I think I heard it. Volos.
Να γεμίσει ειδικά στην περιοχή του λιμένος Βόλου και γύρω από τα όρια του Δήμου Βόλου οι ακτές και να έχει δημιουργηθεί τεράστιο αισθητικό κυρίως πρόβλημα.
She seems like more than aesthetic problems. I don't know. She's what? I'm so confused. It's genuinely. I don't know where she's getting that. Did you see what she said last? I didn't read it, but should have. The area around the municipality of Voyu, filling with dead fish, is causing primarily aesthetic problems. This seems like way more than aesthetics. Am I being alarmist right now? I mean, this has got to be a couple million fish. I don't know. Alright, let's go south from Greece to Sudan, where severe flooding has caused destruction and death. There has been a great deal of flooding in Sudan recently. A dam collapsed a week or so ago. This appears to be different flooding, I believe. As you see, the damage from the floods, rains, is severe. Most of the village houses have collapsed. As you can see on the camera, people are sleeping in the streets. And the situation is very bad. We are currently working on building a shelter for the family using materials from the collapsed house, such as pipes and roof debris. We will use this shelter until, God willing, relief comes soon. So yeah, I believe that this is recent flooding. This is not the same from the dam collapse. So multiple areas in Sudan have been dealing with this flooding. Not what they needed. Thankfully, aid is technically now coming into the country, even if it's coming in at a rate that is insufficient and being distributed inefficiently as well. Let's go. All right, let's quickly go back to Europe, to the Balkans, where they are struggling, mostly farmers right now, with record heat and dry conditions. Here's, yeah, let's go to this one.
In Rastislav Pokrovsky's hand are soybeans shriveled to the size of peppercorns. On his farmland in northern Serbia, the soil was dried to dust by drought.
It's harvest time, 1 month ahead of schedule. Corn harvesting has begun, and the state of affairs can best be described as disastrous. Since June 6, when roughly 20 liters of rain fell per square meter, there has been no rain, and the temperature has risen to nearly 104 degrees Fahrenheit. Crops of maize were lowered by roughly 30%. Our yield per hectare has consistently been about 12 tons, but it is currently just approximately 7 tons.
Serbia, like much of the Balkans, has experienced its hottest summer on record. Pokrovsky's area had a brief rain shower for the first time in 40 days, but it offered no relief. The surrounding fields remained parched, the corn and soy crops withered. Farmers say that along with these crops, sunflowers and some vegetables can be damaged by the heat. As well as the drought, heat has also strained the region's fragile power grid and reduced key water reserves. As conditions change, analysts expect farming revenue losses of over $500 million due to drought. It has raised concerns about climate change, with the country seeing erratic rainfall and higher temperatures that much of southern Europe is already experiencing.
Jesus. Now, grape growers have been doing good, so, you know, at least one group of farmers is having a great time.
The rare winners of this? Balkan wine growers. They say the hot weather has boosted the sugar content in their grapes, and they're harvesting grapes earlier in the year than anyone can remember. In Kosovo, grape production manager Nebi Duraj recommended buying a 2024 bottle in years to come.
Okay, enough of that. I just saw breaking news just now about a environmental, weather event currently happening, which we're going to look at in just a second. Well, not just a second, but in a little bit. First, though, let's go to Japan. Let's go to Japan. Here's Reuters from 3 days ago. Japan bets on heat-resistant rice as summers hurt harvest.
So hot right now.
After extreme weather ravaged Japan's rice harvest last year, the country is grappling with a stark shortage of a food that many see as a crucial staple there. Supermarkets across the country have struggled to keep rice on the shelves in recent months, and some have even imposed quotas on how much customers can buy. With reserves of the grain at their lowest in a quarter century and temperatures still on the rise, Japan is turning to science to prevent future supply shocks and is on a mission to develop more heat-resistant strains of rice. Saitama Prefecture, north of Tokyo, is one of the hottest regions in the country. The local government here is pushing ahead with one of several nationwide projects to develop more resilient rice. Saitama's Agricultural Technology Research Center is experimenting with a heat-resistant variety called Emi Hokoro, which translates to beaming smile. Researchers here cultivate and cross-pollinate seeds from across Japan to create hardier varieties like
Is that how you
Kokoro,
pollinate
which has
rice?
been planted in dozens of fields as part of a trial. Naoto Oka oversees the operation.
As there hasn't been anything resistant to heat before now, we cultivated this with the aim of having high temperature resistance and being a little slower than the previous crop.
High heat disrupts the accumulation of starch inside rice grains, causing them to appear more opaque, mottled with white flecks, and less desirable for humans.
I can barely tell the difference. You can see that the one on the left is a little bit more tan colored, I guess, and the one on the right is a little bit more white, I guess. Just barely. But as you heard just now, while it is heat resistant, it yields less. It takes longer for it to grow. So, you know, due to climate change, people everywhere are having to make essentially sacrifices in one way or another to mitigate, deal with, or combat climate change. Alright, now more to talk about in Japan as Typhoon Shanshan hit a couple days ago now. I guess it was actually 3 full days ago that it made landfall. Let's go to this. This was, I think this was the last video that we saw together before I took this 2-day break. This is Guardian News from 3 days ago. Typhoon Shanshan pummeled southwest Japan, bringing gusts of about 50 meters per second. Authorities have warned it could be one of the strongest ever storms to hit the region. In Miyazaki, footage showed emergency services parked in a street laden with debris. The video of a park in Miyazaki showed the damage wreaked by Shanshan. Scattered debris could be seen alongside infrastructure damage. Okay, now let's let's go straight to this. This was Associated Press. From a day later, heavy rain floods roads and disrupts transportation in Japan. Now, we've talked about how Japan has a lot more thin roads. I feel like this would be a freaking disaster. Trying to get cars through with the roads. Oh my god. That looks like an entire retaining wall collapsed onto a road and onto a car? Multiple cars?
But it's okay, we have to wait, it's nature, we can...
This one guy... This one guy is hilarious, just sitting here on the ground, staring up into the sky with his bags. Sort of reserved himself to being stuck for some amount of time, it would seem.
But it's okay, we have to wait, it's nature, we can stop it.
I mean, it could be worse, right? They seem to be dry, unimpeded by anything aside from plane scheduling. So, you know, could be worse for these people. Now, this is what was happening. This is the reason why those flights were delayed. Okay, let's go to this. Because this shit is just insane. Okay, so you can see that this plane came down to land and then turned away, right? Like it got cleared for landing by the tower, and the winds were too high for it to land. And this is just, you'll see this is just one of many, beginning of a trend. A trend setter, if you will. Sorry, let's go back. Now watch this one, because this is scary as fuck. Imagine being on this plane as it comes in at this particular angle. Oh my god. Holy shit. I already saw that once and it's still fucking scary shit. It just goes vertical. Like it tries to go down, then it suddenly just goes vertical. Like a kite. Like it just got caught in the wind and just nearly did like a backflip. That's so scary. I would not want to be on that plane. I feel like multiple people had to shit themselves on that plane. Not gonna lie.
I don't want reality.
That wing almost smashed into the ground. Oh, wow. Okay, now let's look at this. This is from CBS News from a couple of days ago. Around the same time as when those planes are coming down and struggling with all of that. This video came out. There we go.
Meanwhile, in Japan, Typhoon Shanshan has weakened to a tropical storm.
Is it
Despite this,
Shanshan or
authorities
Shanshan?
have issued wind, flood, landslide warnings as massive amounts of rain continue to drench Tokyo. Millions of people have been ordered to evacuate. At least 4 people have died and dozens more hurt. Joining us now from Tokyo is Hiroshi Sukagawa. He is a reporter with our partners at TBS TV. Hiroshi, thanks for joining us. Tell us what's the latest on the storm. What are you expecting over the weekend?
Well, thank you. It's just past 6 a.m. in Tokyo, and this past week has been dominated by slow-moving typhoon, completely disrupting the plans of not only the locals, but a lot of the tourists also. The typhoon's moving northeast across Japan, was once into the Pacific Ocean, but it has made landfall back in Japan. And in terms of its strength, the storm's core has dissipated, and it's definitely weakening, but heavy rain cloud is still overwhelming the entire country, bringing disaster-level rain to Tokyo and southern regions.
Okay, so even Tokyo is not being spared by this storm. Tokyo being, I believe, the biggest city in Japan. Now, let's go here. To this. This is Al Jazeera English. This came out shortly after that CBS News report discussing this storm still hitting Japan right now, I believe.
Torrential rain drenches southwest Japan. One of the strongest typhoons in decades. Typhoon Shanshan also brought gusts of wind up to 200 kilometers per hour when it made landfall in the southwest, leaving a...
See, he said Shanshan, so I feel like I got it out here. We got a journalist, somebody else other than me, saying Shanshan.
...of destruction as it headed north on Friday. People in the south have stocked up on essentials.
It's often like this. Beppu and Oita normally receive relatively minor damage, so I never stock up for typhoons. But this time around, given the size of it, when it made landfall, I did buy things to prepare.
The streets of Kyushu are quiet, with many people staying indoors and factories shut down.
All shops are closed, and we find
Now, one thing that Japan has done is engineer the hell out of their cities. So if you go back, just because we're always talking about this kind of stuff. If you look at this, right, you can see, I think there's porous cement. There's like a porous cement layer as well as right here. So like, I'm pretty sure that the water is like, and you can kind of see the slope, right? So it goes in this direction. This is all meant to, I believe, keep the streets free of water and to help drain better. This is sort of environmental engineering types of stuff that we need in U.S. cities to deal with stuff like this. So we don't have to keep doing so much rebuilding. Not that that's not going to keep happening, considering. But just saying, could help. Let's did I have one more? I feel like I did. Okay, this is a. Wait, what happened? Oh, I need to refresh this. But yeah, we have one more on the Typhoon. Let's go here. This is Wyon, whatever.
Let's now get you some updates from Japan, where the powerful Typhoon Shanshan that has downgraded to a tropical storm.
Oh, he's doing some weird shit.
Transport
This guy,
across Japan.
I don't appreciate that at all. He's going down the middle of the road, Shanshan. He can't decide whether it's Shanshan or Shanshan. He's just Shanshan. That's not. What is this flip-flopping in the middle of the word? Pick one. That's unacceptable. Shanshan.
Now, these are some of the latest images of the flooded streets from Sagamihara, a city in Kanagawa Prefecture in Japan. The tens of thousands of people have been asked to evacuate in Tokyo as Shanshan continues with its northward march across the country.
I'm pretty sure that is a sewer.
Asked to evacuate in Tokyo as Shanshan continues with its northward march across the country.
Might be a little bit overfull.
6 people have died and dozens of others been injured as the storm made its landfall on Thursday. The typhoon is said to be one of the most powerful to have hit Japan since the 1960s. It has drenched large areas with torrential downpour, triggering landslides and even floods in many parts of the country. The incessant rains have also knocked out the transport system, causing massive inconvenience to the passengers, with over 100 flights having been cancelled. As many as 7,200 passengers are said to be stranded in the country. The bullet trains and ferry services in the central city of Nagoya are suspended owing to the rains as well. Meanwhile, many cities are still under emergency alert.
Okay.
For all the latest news, download the Wyon app and subscribe.
Alright, that's enough of Typhoon Shanshan. Live. Slow-moving storm causes flooding in the Philippines. So yeah, this is happening literally right fucking now. Is it? Oh, it is. It's lagging for me too. Please wait. Hold. Please hold. Please hold. Paused it. Is it done? Is it done loading? Everybody didn't hear what I was saying. Live Associated Press? No, Associated Press. This is their. Nope. No, shit, it's loading again. No, it's... Fuck, man. Not cool. I'm just gonna refresh, see if that fixes it. I'll tell you if it works for me. Still lagging for you? It looks better for me now. Maybe not. It does feel better. I could be wrong. Let's try. Gary. Please, Gary, get us through this stream. Hold on, this is actually, I just forgot. This is like the beginning of the stream. I just wanted to see what was happening. I'm gonna move forward a little bit. What are these guys on top of like a bus or something? What is this? Hold on, this is slightly too fast. It's just spastic. Ooh, yeah, good point, Mono. Press live to be caught up with the stream. That's a good reminder for me, because I also have a monitor that I'm looking at on my phone. This poor lady, she's freaking halfway underwater. Oh my god, these two dudes are both... These two dudes are boating, and I don't know what that is. It doesn't appear to be an actual boat. With a chair and a 2x4. Oh my god. This is, I mean, if it wasn't, I mean, it's half hilarious and half sad. Like, the ingenuity of this chair is just amazing to me. We see a lot of people dealing with floods. This is new. I've never seen this. This is innovation that you're seeing right here. Granted, the Philippines has been dealing with a bunch of really bad floods, so you know what? It's like you're watching evolution, human evolution. This guy has taken flood evasion to the next iteration. Damn. Yeah, that thing's not going anywhere right now. Oh my god. Oh my god. They almost ran that person over. Jesus Christ, pal. Oh shit, I think this is the vehicle that was going through the flood this whole time where they're getting all the coverage from. And you can clearly see, I think, actually, it might not be overheating. What that smoke might be, because of the water level being at the, basically, I don't know, 6 inches below it's probably actually directly at or nearly the frame of this truck. I'll bet all the emissions are getting stuck underneath the truck. That could be part of it. Although it might be overheating because it's underwater. I don't know. I'm not a mechanic. It seems like things are going totally normal out here in the Philippines. So this was like 20 minutes ago, I guess. Oh, is that it? Oh, the stream ended. What happened? Did they make it private? Oh, no. Wait. Shit. Now I can't see anything. Okay. Well, I guess we'll figure out what's going on there later. It's good enough. I think we get what's happening. Philippines is basically just underwater. I didn't actually pick up on where this was, and now that the live stream is over, I can't see it. They must have made it private. Oh, God. Okay. Cool. It went private. I think the stream ended, and it went private. Probably because the people who was doing the stream went underwater and will never be seen again. Okay, just kidding. Just kidding. But seriously. Seriously, Narwhal. Waterworld is too close to being a documentary at this point. Okay, let's go to this. Well, I hope everybody's been enjoying this show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button. Don't forget to subscribe. Both very, very important. If you haven't done them, now is the time. Now that you've finished doing that, let me give you another suggestion. Since you've been watching the stream, maybe you might like to help support this stream. And my potentially being able to do it full time for, a job. Just a few dollars a month on Patreon will get you all sorts of benefits, as well as the sense of having done something good for the galaxy. That's right, $3 US. That's it. Allow you to put a picture or a GIF like you see behind me or on any of the other intermission / after hour stream scenes. Shoutouts, exclusive content, secret Discord channel, and much, much more. By the way, if you're not in the Discord, if there's I believe there's a mod in chat. If one of the mods could throw the Discord in there, I will be right back. Okay. Well, chat, I am back. Which means it's time for you space fams to get back in your seats as the global content will be starting shortly. That's right, chat. We're about to take off into the final half of the stream. Okay. Now, as always, we are going to talk about space before we talk about Earth. So let's do that. Here is Reuters from 4 days ago. U.S. Aerospace startup completes second supersonic jet test flight. Although it's technically... it's just subspace, so, I mean, we're kind of cheating with this one. Just a little bit. Hey, thanks for the bits. Don James once again. Gigantifying emotes. Oh, whoops. I started the video. I didn't change anything. That's not good.
I made a huge tiny mistake. Right now.
Okay.
Aerospace startup Boom Supersonic is on a mission to resurrect faster than the speed of sound commercial air travel, and on Monday, the company completed its second successful test flight of a supersonic jet. Boom wants to make it happen by the end of the decade with its Overture supersonic airliner. The company claims that the Overture, which is still in development, will be able to fly approximately 65 passengers from New York to London in 3.5 hours, and San Francisco to Tokyo in 6. For now, Boom has built a 1/3 scale prototype of Overture called XB-1, which has completed 2 successful flights at their facility in California's Mojave Desert. Reuters spoke with CEO Blake Scholl ahead of XB-1's second test flight.
Imagine being able to vacation in Australia instead of Hawaii. Imagine being able to take a day trip to London. I don't think anybody would not want a supersonic flight if it were safe, affordable, and sustainable. Well, the really exciting thing here is supersonic flight's coming back. It's coming back in a far more mainstream way than we ever had with Concorde.
Awesome. Sounds like you and I will be traveling supersonically any day now. Write that down. Apparently it'll be approximately the same speed as the Concorde jet of old, which was retired, I think, in either the early 2000s or late 90s. I don't have that information in front of me. I just happen to be aware of its sort of... what do you call it? It's not illustrious, really. It's history. It's sort of... this is a different... why can't I think of words? I hate words. Fuck you, words. How am I supposed to remember all of them all the time? Ill-fated. I mean, really, more than anything. That's not what I was thinking, but... Alright, let's go on to actual space news, not subspace news. Let's go to this. NBC News from a day ago. Space architects are designing habitats for life beyond Earth.
they're the space fantasies of yesterday.
Some of them are uncannily accurate.
Turned engineering inspirations of today.
All good science fiction usually is grounded in some degree of fact and evidence.
Those early predictions and concepts were onto something,
Damn.
but modern space architects are dreaming.
NBC News. With
I
the
don't see
music.
a limit
Good
to the
God.
number of construction robots that can exist on the surface of the moon.
Imagine a lunar colony built entirely from the moon itself, with 3D printed launch pads, futuristic domes, and a network of space highways.
It's a self-sufficient system. It doesn't rely on us bringing like tons and tons of concrete, for example.
Melody Yashar considers every detail.
And in some of these designs, you have actually a view from the South Pole to Earth, a constant view to Earth.
Because her job means advancing the human race and creating a home for human beings.
You're isolated from communications from Earth, you're isolated from friends and family. The conditions are super, super intense.
Do I have money in this? You're suspicious of my motives. I wish I did. Barely have money enough to keep the power on at the space station.
Sometimes the most groundbreaking ideas are just old ones reimagined.
Ironically, the solution that we found goes back to like 1694.
For Maxim de Jong, expandable space habitats build off a centuries-old math concept.
If you bend a flexible rod, for example, it'll take this shape, or, you know, a combination of mathematical inputs that you put on a constrained object, and it takes a certain shape, whether you like it or not. It's not specifically my invention. We added our own spices and magic sauce.
The special ingredient, ultra-high-tech fiber, the type of modern material that can bend and adapt in space's harsh environment.
It's a vast departure from anything that's been done with expandable habitats until now.
From paper to prototype, testing these habitats of the future on Earth is a crucial part of the process.
The bottom line is that you're sending something to space, so what you design and build here, you need to know it's going to perform exactly in the way that you intend in space. That's very, very, very difficult to do.
You know, even though we make fun of Elon and all of his ridiculous plans to live on Mars and all this other stuff, it still fascinates me. And it's like there's just a fantastical sort of thing that captures my attention, regardless of my sort of belief that many of these things are a little unrealistic and perhaps things to figure out after we fix all the things we're doing bad to the Earth, but it's still just some stuff like this is just super cool to me. Not gonna lie. Oh, I forgot. It resets every month, the leaderboards on Twitch. Omegastar already in first, Don James in second for bits. Nobody has taken third place. If you donate any bits on Twitch right now, you'll take third. You'll be on the podium. Bronze, at the beginning of September. Looney Tunes, the only person to have gifted a sub so far this month. So he is first and the only person on the leaderboard for that. Although, gotta say, if you're thinking of donating, donate on Patreon first. I get a much better cut from Patreon than I do from Twitch. Jeffy Bezos takes a very greedy sum of money, nearly 50%, while Patreon gives me nearly 90% of the money that you donate. Plus, you get a bunch of super sweet space benefits that you can take with you, not just to Twitch. While you do get benefits on Twitch, not gonna lie, they do exist, such as ad-free viewing and galactic emotes. Alright, let's move on from space and talk about somebody who loves space and who should just honestly start living in space now and leave everybody else on Earth alone. Let's start in South America, in a country you might be familiar with by the name of Brazil, where a judge has ordered the suspension of Twitter. Nationwide.
Illegal.
That's right. No more Zitter, no more X. Elon Musk's private social media platform has been banned nationwide from the internet.
Illegal.
I'm sure he's fine with that.
A Brazilian Supreme Court justice has ordered the suspension of Elon Musk's social media platform X nationwide, escalating a feud between the two men over freedom of speech, far-right accounts, and misinformation. Justice Alexandre de Moraes warned Musk on Wednesday night that failure to name a local legal representative could mean that his platform was blocked. The company hasn't had a representative since earlier this month. De Moraes is basing his decision on local law requiring foreign companies to have a representative in order to receive notification of court decisions and also to take any requisite legal action. De Moraes' defenders have said that his decisions targeting X have been lawful and that they've served to protect democracy. Musk, on the other hand, has characterized de Moraes as an authoritarian censor, and his claims have been amplified by Brazil's political right. Brazil is an important market for X with tens of millions of regular users, and also a potentially huge growth market for Elon Musk's satellite.
It's so sad. That's so sad for Elon Musk. It's a growth market. Tens of millions of people he could be picking up in Brazil, and now he's getting banned? Oh, God. That's terrible. That is terrible for him. I wonder how he's taking that. Why is X not loading on my fucking computer right now? This is... I'm being... I am being repressed.
Help! I'm being repressed! How rude!
Oh my god. Alright, fuck it. This has gotta be somewhere else. This platform is so garbage. This is the most good. You know what? That's why. It's because Elon Musk is garbage. That's I should have known the answer to that question. And now I can't even get myself off of the site. How useless of a fucking... Ugh, God, what a terrible website. But I was gonna go to some Elon tweets. I should have screen capped him earlier. It's not working now. But he's not pleased. He's not pleased. But instead of looking at Elon Musk's reaction, maybe we'll do that later this week. Let's go to Brazilians' reactions. This is from Associated Press from 20 hours ago. Showing Brazilians on the street reacting after Zitter was banned in their country.
O povo da nossa cidade, pelo menos, não tem muito costume de assistir telejornal.
Sorry, chat. That's my bad. People my age aren't really in the habit of watching TV news or reading the news, and Twitter, X, was a way to get news from around the world. So I've lost touch a little with what's happening around the world in a way of entertaining myself. There was a lot of entertainment there too. Whether I want to or not, this is becoming a new reality for me now. It sounds very sad. I honestly think it's right, because people, everyone I know who uses Twitter gets a bit lost between what is real and what is fake, you know? But I also, wait, sorry, I got distracted, but I also don't know. I don't think it has to be all or nothing. There could be some regulation there. But I think it's right. If Elon Musk wants to come here and thinks that this is some sort of banana republic, well, he's wrong. He can go fuck himself, that's what.
Fucking
This guy's an intern at some company, which is a weird, really weird title. Apparently he thinks X is a much freer space for various forms of speech. Oh, okay. It certainly is. Various forms of speech. Mostly hate speech. You don't need Twitter to get news. It's true, you don't. You don't actually need it, even if you're in Brazil. Now let's go to something else going on in Brazil. It's Associated Press from 5 days ago. Brazilian moms leading the charge to secure medical marijuana. My fight started in July 2013 when I got the oil illegally. My daughter immediately went 11 days without having a seizure, which was impossible before. From then on, my life changed. The main improvement with the drug was the time of the seizures, which went from 5 minutes to seconds. So that was the main thing. Now, I don't know about the scientific efficacy of marijuana in any particular situation, medically, but if what she's saying is true, it's pretty exciting. And hopefully they get what is helping in their particular situations. I just figured it'd be an interesting thing to talk about on a Sunday Funday. Not necessarily the, you know, most serious of stories that we do, but, you know, perhaps something to discuss. I don't know, me personally, if you can prove that it's beneficial, then I say go for it, right? Okay, now let's stay in South America, but we're going to go to Argentina. This was from 3 days ago. Associated Press. Argentine retirees protest as President Javier Milei threatens to veto pension increase.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
So these, as you're about to see, this is a protest of old people, and it's honestly, it's kind of amazing. Let's watch this. I mean, the reason why they're protesting, bad, but oh my god. Oh my god. Those old people are beating up the police. I mean, it sucks that Javier Milei, the Argentinian Donald Trump wannabe, like the Donald Trump / Andrew Tate wannabe, is making these old people's lives worse. But holy shit, it is a little cathartic to watch old people beat down on the police. I mean, this is fucked, but goddamn. And there's like a ton of people out here, as you can see, the whole street. They're being polite too. They're all on just one side of the street. Oops, shit. They tricked me. The unexpected subtitles. Please. Go back. There we go. They're taking the will to live for people who have worked all of their lives. They can't eat what they want. The cost of electricity has increased. I don't know how a lot of people live. Many people are in need, which is hard to believe in a country like ours. We are here not just because we want a higher pension, but because of the cost of living, what it means to be able to use transportation, to be able to eat. Our basic needs are at stake, and that's why we have to be supportive and participate, all of us. This is amazing. It's just so good to see. I mean, I feel like we don't, you know? I mean, granted, the reason why they're out there, once again, it sucks. I wish they weren't out there having to deal with this, but I think we all know Javier Milei is down there attempting to, you know, let's just slash and burn the entire government to the ground. And that includes pensions for retired people. And clearly, Argentinians, not a fan. Hopefully, he decides to listen to them and reverse some of these insane policies he's been.
It's science.